Okay, here we go. Got everything. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on? It's been a minute. I haven't heard from you guys. I know I haven't streamed in a minute. It's been a long time. It's just man, just trying to balance everything, trying to adjust with everything. Uh trying to especially this summer, man. I've been busy with projects, been working on my comic books. I've been working on my 3D hentai business. Been spending time with my daughter. She has a summer job, her first summer job ever. She's 14 years old now. She's a teenager, so she has her first summer job. Had to open up her a bank account and everything, and all kinds of stuff. So I just been busy. Can anybody hear me? Just let me know. So I had the shiniest hair in the game. Oh yeah, I'll take care of my hair, man. I use a lot. I use my oil sheen like I'll say every 3 days. I will use my oil sheen to keep my hair moist. Um, Coconut oil for my face to keep my face nice and clean and stuff and stuff like that. But yeah, thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, so with this stream, I just wanted to make it a chill stream. We'll get into some games, some Street Fighter Six, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I still haven't played Street Fighter Six. I got it. All I played was the World Tour. Created my character, created myself, and that's about it. I haven't actually touched the game. I only been playing World Tour here and there, and then right after that, Final Fantasy 16 came out, and I haven't. I played some of that and then stopped playing it. I'm gonna finish the game though, but I've been dragging through 16. Is I'm just really not. I'm not really feeling it. Story wise, not bad. It's not a bad game as far as the story is concerned. I'm really liking where the story's at so far. But as far as the gameplay and stuff like that, not really my cup of tea. So that's why I'm taking so long to finish it. What's up, Rod? What's up, Neo? What's up, Johnny? What's up, Rav? What's up, Captain? What's up, Savage? What's up, V? What's up, Code? Did I say Johnny already? Yeah, I said Johnny. We got the crew. We got the crew in here. Got the crew in here. Thanks for stopping through. Thanks for stopping through. As usual with a chill stream, we just chill. Look at some videos on YouTube if you like. If you have any questions you want to ask me, you know the deal. Ask me anything. Nothing is off the table or whatever. Yeah, but I have a lot. I do have a lot of things planned. I do have a lot of things planned that as far as the channel is concerned. Um, I'm really surprised at, at what's been going on for the past week or over a week now. He said, "Are you interested in DLC for Final Fantasy 16?" Nah, not interested. Like once I beat the game, I'm done with. Once I beat 16, I'm done with it. I'm moving on. And my backlog is too crazy for me to stay on one game for too long. So once I play it, beat it, I'm moving on. The only game, no, I wouldn't even say that either. I haven't revisited that right away either. So yeah, no, I'm not going to acknowledge that either. Um, said Mugen Lord 2028. Yeah, 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 yeah. So for a week and what? Let me see, a week and a day so far. It's just my YouTube channel has just been, and my Twitter has just been going nuts. It's just been going nuts ever since I made that video. The video. The West hates women and stuff like that. If you haven't checked it out, excuse the plugs but you can go check it out on my channel. Um, it's about to hit 20K views and everything. And Jesus, I'm really like shocked. I wouldn't say shocked because when I made the video or when I was thinking about the video and when I sat down at my computer, I said, "Yo, this video is going to be a hit." I said it before I even started it. I said I got a hit on my hands. Um, and it's crazy, man. Like my Twitter is blowing. My Twitter is blowing up. Like my phone just keep going off with notifications. People keep sharing the video, showing a lot of love. They've been retweeting my video, saying like, "Yo, let's make this go viral." Um, it's scary, man. And like when I mean that it's scary, is because I'm getting flooded with so many people, so many personal messages saying how much that video really impacted them because they haven't seen somebody as outspoken about this issue as I was in the video, because a lot of people are afraid to speak their mind and and say what they gotta say because they're afraid of getting canceled and people labeling them and throwing labels and everything on them and stuff. And I look in the comment sections, people said that this, some people said that this gave them courage to stand up for what they believe in and stuff like that. And it also hit a lot of parents because I mentioned about my daughter, and her living through this current social climate right now and how she's trying to navigate it, as a young lady, a teenager and everything like that, and how I'm seeing everything through her eyes with this generation, So it's just been hitting me hard. People have been calling me saying, "Yo, this video was really good, man." Like I'm passing it around at my job and stuff like that, and I really appreciate that. And then I jumped up about 3 to 4, like 3, maybe 4, or probably no, maybe like 300 or 500 subscribers now. I jumped up because of Melanie Mack. She shouted me out. Her community had got a hold of the video and everything, and started passing it around. And a lot of Melanie Mack's people came over and started subscribing to my channel. And just every day, notifications just blowing up, DMs just blowing up, saying how much this video means a lot to them and stuff like that. And people are even using my video as a counter argument to a lot of the discussion that's going out there, and I really appreciate that, man. Say, can I make more Mugen content? I'll eventually get back to making more Mugen content. Have I seen the One Piece live action trailer? Yeah, I see the One Piece live action. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It looks cheesy, but it doesn't look too bad compared to the Cowboy Bebop. So I'm going to watch it. And in fact, when I watch it, since I now expanded my channel to cover like anime live actions and anime in general and comic books and stuff like that, I will do a video on it. I'll probably do like a review of episode reviews for the One Piece live action. I'm not really a big One Piece fan. I watched it on 4Kids television, the English dub back in the day. But I will give it a try because I'm not gonna lie, it did pique my interest, even though it looks cheesy and stuff. But I see that the actors are, especially the guy who plays Luffy, is really passionate about it, and I want to see where this. I'm gonna check it out and see where it goes. So, I'm gonna do a review. I guess I'm gonna do episode reviews. So if you guys are interested in something like that, let me know in the comment sections below. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been a long time follower of Melanie Mack, so I think she's pretty cool. You need to just check her channel out. So I saw a clip, of the Melanie Mack's video. Watch the whole thing, and it's so accurate. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks, J-Man. Thanks, appreciate it. What's up, Alco? He said, "What do you think about the Grand Blue?" I haven't played the Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising beta, but I'm getting the game. That was one of the fighting games that I was looking forward to besides Street Fighter 6. So I'm definitely going to play it. Oh yeah, I might as well while I'm here. If you guys haven't seen it. Here's my custom arcade stick right here. So you guys can see it. There we go. It has my comic book characters, the artwork, and everything. And I will explain more about these characters at the because right now I'm not really able to show any of this stuff yet. But I'll explain more when I actually start doing my marketing and advertising and start getting this marketing campaign for the first book, for the first issue and stuff like that. But yeah, this is my custom arcade stick, and I'm gonna tell you something really funny about this. I'm gonna tell you something real funny about this. What happened was, or my artist, from the Philippines, Jessica, she was she was really into like wanting to do this because she said she never done like a template or a design for an arcade stick or whatever, right? So what happened was she wanted to start looking for some ideas, and she's a big fan of Persona and the Persona series, especially more specifically Persona 5. So what happened was she said, I really want to do a Persona type style with your characters and everything. And because this is not normally the normal art style that she have drawn for my past stuff that you see back there in the posters and stuff. But I loved it so much. Thanks for the follow, Bravo. When she did it, it looked so clean, and my characters look so vibrant, and I just like how the characters look in this Persona art style. So this is going to be the official art style moving forward for my comic book characters. I like this style. I like how she did it and everything. This is a Mayflash arcade stick. It's like a stock arcade stick. It's like a very cheap arcade stick, but it's like I wouldn't say a beginner stick. How would I say it? You get a bang for your buck with this stick because it's still Samba buttons, Samba stick and stuff like that. And it's cheap. It's cheaper, and you can connect it to your PC. You can get a dongle so you can connect it to your other consoles like the PS5, the Xbox, and stuff like that. So yo, Mugen Lord, did you see the wholesome video where the actor who plays Luffy in the upcoming show went to Japan? Yeah, and received the blessings. Yeah, I seen that code. So what anime have you been watching lately, Mugen Lord? I'll get to that in a second, Johnny. I got you. Thanks, Derpy. I'll explain all that. What's up, Dirt, man? I miss you, bro. That alone sold me on the live action show. Very cool stick. When's the mix box though? W artist. Yeah, so she loved Persona, so she decided to put my characters in the Persona style and everything. So this is the funny part. After she made the art for the stick, I had to go to the website that actually makes it into an actual template or whatever, and they make it and then they mail it to you and stuff like that. And this is the funny part. I submitted the art, right? Paid the price. It was like $20. Sent it to them. So I went by for 2 days. Didn't know that they emailed me right away. So I checked my email because I was checking my other stuff. I checked the email, and they sent me an email saying they declined my order. I was like, so it said if there's any problems, let us know. So I emailed them back, say, yo, like, why y'all decline my order? They said, well, we can't print this artwork because artwork is copyright and owned by Venus Orion Comics. And I know it may not seem like nothing, but I got super excited was because this company recognized my company as a legitimate company because I have an LLC, and they thought that I was somebody trying to steal somebody's art, which is made by Venus Orion Comics. So I emailed them back and I said, no, I'm the owner of Venus Orion Comics. So I had to send them my registry and to show them and stuff like that, the information and stuff. And he said, oh, we apologize. And another thing, me having the LLC, the company also said too, we had some good deals and discounts. We love working with other businesses and stuff like that. We have some good deals. You can come to our store. I'm like, oh my God. I said, that's the perks of it too, having a business. But I was excited because I'm like, well, my shit is protected. All right, so what are my thoughts on the hitbox? All right, I'm gonna answer. Slow down, guys, because it's you guys are hitting me with everything. Um, First I'm gonna answer what Johnny asked me. Was it Johnny that asked me? Yeah, Johnny asked me which anime have I been watching lately. Um, I haven't watched anything for the past 2 months. I would say the last time I watched the anime, I would say probably March, and me and my daughter was watching My Hero. My daughter and I was watching My Hero Academia. We caught up. Oh my god, Jesus, man, woo! It's getting good. It is getting good. But yeah, we caught up on everything with the My Hero Academia. So that's the last thing. And the anime before that, I was watching was two animes before that. I was watching Jujutsu Kaisen for the first time, and I still need to finish the last two episodes. And then at the Jujutsu Kaisen, I will end up watching Chainsaw Man. Fell in love with it. I didn't think that was going to be my kind of anime because it looked weird as fuck. Not just even weird as fuck. It also like a dude with a chainsaw head. It looks stupid. It looks stupid as hell or whatever like that. It looks stupid as hell. So I didn't think I was gonna like it, but I ended up falling in love with it and finished the first season and stuff. I have to catch up on Demon Slayer. I haven't caught up with that because I finished the first season, but never got into the second season just yet. But as far as anime, that's pretty much about it. Um, Let me see. So just been working and streaming. Okay, Derpy. What are my thoughts on? So Savage asked me, what are my thoughts on the hitbox? Now, the hitbox, I would never use a hitbox. I mean, like, look, I'm already bad. I'm already bad at fighting games, and an arcade stick is enough for me. So now I'm trying to rewrap my brain around trying to learn a hitbox. That's just too much for me. So I'm perfectly fine with the arcade stick right here. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not changing that. I don't think I'll ever use that style or whatever like that. But as far as my opinion on it, as I notice a lot of players are converting over to the hitbox, so obviously there's some usefulness to it that everybody's preferring. When I see a hitbox, it reminds me of playing on a keyboard on your computer when you play Mugen. I'm not gonna lie, using the arrow keys or using the keyboard is a lot easier to pull off a lot of moves compared to using a controller or arcade stick with Mugen. So when I see the hitbox, that's what it reminds me of. It just reminds me of you using the keyboard on your computer and you just playing it on screen and stuff like that. But from what I've seen, I guess 360 motion is a lot easier. You're allowed to perform certain movements and combo strings or links, that you wouldn't able to be able to pull off with an arcade stick. So I know there's a lot of debate and a lot of discussion, and a lot of people, some people are frustrated about it, about the hitbox, and there's some tournament organizers who's debating whether or not it should be legal or should they allow it in their tournaments and stuff. So that's a whole topic to itself. Maybe we can dig deeper into it in a video sometime. I don't know. If you guys are interested in that, I'll look into it. I mean, just let you know, like I said, I'm not a pro, fighting game player. So I could be ignorant to some things and stuff like that, but I'm gonna try my due diligence to try to represent the hitbox the best way I can in a future video when I get a chance. So there'll be like an essay video about the hitbox and stuff like that. So definitely, I'll definitely look into that. You say, am I a fan of Hunter x Hunter? I like Hunter x Hunter. My daughter's the biggest fan. She's the one that got me to watch it. He said, I've been on Bleach and Rurouni Kenshin reboot. I need to get back on. See, I watched the original Baki, the Grappler, and loved the hell out of it. The Baki that's on Netflix, man, it's just getting. I mean, Baki was already ridiculous and so unreal. Like for them to be humans, some of the bullshit they was pulling. Hold up. Hello. Okay, I'm coming right now. Hold up, guys. That's my pizza. Hold up. Me and my daughter's pizza. Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. All right, I'm back, guys. Who's my uh who's my daughter's favorite character? What's that kid name with the white hair with the electricity? Can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. My daughter loves him. Yeah, pizza time. I ain't eat all day. You know what's funny, man? So, yo, what's up? What's up, Laser Cat? What's going on? I like you said you like hearing my thoughts on fighting. Favorite character is in the show. Yo, like the thing I enjoy about being a father, and as your child get older, they're able to express themselves even more, and you're able to have like full blown conversations with them, and you get to relive experiences with them by introducing them to things that you were, introduced to when you was a kid and stuff like that, and it's just so amazing to share those things. And your child are very impressionable. That's why parents are important, because your child picks up after the parent, you know. So that's why it's important how you conduct yourself around your children and stuff, because they watch you and they would emulate you and stuff like that. But anyway, my daughter, she became a big fan of Final Fantasy VII. Like this is why this was so fun about my daughter. She enjoys anime. She's the things that I enjoy. She's following after her father, and she never watched played any Final Fantasy game. She heard of Final Fantasy. Every once in a while, she'll step in the room and see me and see me play Final Fantasy or talk about it. But one day, me and my daughter and I, we just talked about I was just sharing about my experience with Final Fantasy, and she wanted to know about Final Fantasy VII. And I played the remake, and I recorded all my gameplay. I did a review on it. If you're new to my channel, you want to check out my review, you can just type in Final Fantasy VII remake review. You can check it out there. You can hear my opinion on it. And So what I did was I went into my gameplay folder and I have a separate folder for all the cinematic cutscenes and stuff like that. So we pretty much sat down and watched Final Fantasy VII Remake like a movie. And my daughter's in love with Sephiroth, and my daughter loves Cloud. And now my daughter's obsessed with Final Fantasy VII, and she ended up falling into the whole shipping thing because my daughter loves the whole Aerith Tifa, and she loves Jesse as well. But my daughter is in love with like I think she loves Sephiroth more than like she likes both Cloud and Sephiroth, but I think she loves Sephiroth more, and she keeps saying that, you know, Daddy, like I can change him. Daddy, he done nothing wrong. But my daughter, I just love the fact that my daughter likes the things that I like, and she genuinely likes it. And ever since I showed her Final Fantasy VII remake and talked about, I even showed her the original and stuff. She started going on TikTok, looking at little short TikTok videos and revolving around Cloud and Sephiroth, Tifa, and all of them, and she be like going back and forth. One minute she likes like Aerith, then she hates Aerith. And then she likes Tifa, but I think she's more of a Jessie. I think she might be more of a Jessie girl, a fan or a fan girl, whatever like that. Who knows? Yeah, Killua. Like millions of girls' crushes. Like that's so wholesome. Yeah. So like I didn't think my daughter was gonna fall into the whole shipping thing, and here it is. Like I can't stand shippers on Twitter. They just drive me nuts. And now my daughter is like a big shipper when it comes to it. My daughter hates Zack. She can't stand Zack. My daughter can't stand Zack. My daughter's like, oh my god, he's such a secondary character. I was like, what the hell? And she said his personality, like he act like he's just a typical character with black hair that acts this way. Instead of like my daughter just can't stand. My daughter cannot stand Zack. My daughter can't stand him. My daughter had me cracking up. Oh yeah, it definitely is. Laser. Okay, Rankin. But yeah, my daughter, she loves Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then it wasn't over yet. I was looking at a video about Resident Evil 4. My daughter came in the room, and my daughter was like, "Oh my god, that's Leon." I'm like, "Leon?" I said, "How you know about Leon?" She said, "He's all over TikTok. I'm in love with him and stuff." My daughter has a Leon Kennedy shrine. Like my daughter's so obsessed with Leon Kennedy, and then she didn't know that Leon. She didn't know nothing about the whole motion capture thing. She didn't know that the characters are based after real people. So when my daughter seen the real life Leon Kennedy, my daughter definitely fell in love with him even more. And that's all my daughter talks about is Leon Kennedy. And then she started watching everything related to Resident Evil with Leon in it. And she can't stand Ada. She said Ada doesn't belong to Leon or whatever like that. I just find it funny. You know, like I don't have a son. I'm raising a daughter, so I'm seeing it from another perspective and stuff like that. I just find it funny. What's up, y'all? Oh, you didn't miss anything. We just really started. The stream. My food just came, man. I was already running late. What's up, El Cid? Have I met a developer? Nice question, Laser Cat. I've met Tom Lee. He's the director to Dead or Alive, to the Dead or Alive series. I think he started directing around Dead or Alive 3 or maybe 4. I have a video I interviewed him years ago. Years ago. Because if you're new to the channel, I used to travel and meet with indie developers at conventions and you know, to interview, talk with them, advertise, promote, because I like doing this stuff. And the FGC really made it like the FGC had pretty much opened that door for me to do these things. But I met the director of the Dead or Alive series, Tom Lee. I have an interview. If you go to my channel and just hit the search bar and type in Tom Lee, it should pop up. It was at Summer Jam 8. It was a fighting game tournament. Hey Mugen, do you read manga? No, I don't read manga. My daughter reads them. But I met Tom Lee. As far as the FGC, the fighting game community, I met a couple of pro players. Chris G, one of them. I got an interview with him. I was supposed to interview Yipes because I talked with Yipes, but Yipes was commentating. He's running back and forth. He said, "Yo, like I'll try my best to get back with you," but he's really really cool. Yipes is really really cool. I was talking with Yipes, but I never got a chance to interview him. I ran into Sonic Fox. This is before Sonic Fox became really really big. I ran into Sonic Fox. What's his name? Damn, off the tip of my damn tongue. It'll come back to me. But it's a cool environment to be around. When like it's one thing seeing it on stream, but being in person and just being around, you know, that scenery, you know what I'm saying? Being around that scenery of fighting games and just being in that atmosphere of things that you enjoy doing, man. Like it's really something else. Have I played any of the, yeah, I have Skullgirls on the I had Skullgirls on the Xbox 360. So yeah, I played Skullgirls for quite a bit. And if you did, do you have any interest in going back to the series after how the company? Oh, thanks Yoko for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. I mean, I appreciate you always coming through, and especially you've been was it Twitter? Like you've been commenting like crazy on Twitter. I think that was you on Twitter at some point. Yeah, it's the experience you like once in your life, guys. Find a local or go to an FGC event. It's something that you should have on your bucket list if you play fighting games and you enjoy fighting games. At least try it once. Take some money and just go and try it once. Go down there and just be in that atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a lot of drama, but the drama's not always out there like it's not always out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you will find some cool people at these places and stuff like that, man. It's and they become like they become family like. But I wanted to go out there and do it more. You know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of me trying to squeeze it in what I'm doing because I miss doing it, man. I miss going to a lot of FGC events. I did compete in Smash Brothers Wii U during the time Smash Brothers Wii U was big. I used to compete at my locals. I was actually on stream competing. That you can find that on my YouTube channel. You can type that in. I guess you say Super Smash Brothers Wii U tournament or something like that or whatever. Just type in Super Smash Brothers Wii U. You'll find it somewhere. But yeah, I used to compete. It was really, really fun. Say, can I bring a date to the FGC, or is she going to leave me if I do? Yeah, you can bring it. You can bring a date. I mean, I would prefer if she's into games, because other than that, she'll be just sitting there not understanding what the fuck is going on, and you know, she like if she may end up liking it, but if she's not into games and you bring her, she'll probably be bored, and then working your nerves because she's bored, you know, and you gotta entertain her or babysit her or whatever like that to try to keep her happy and stuff. But if she's into video games, bring her. I think that's fun. Like bring your girlfriend or a date or whatever if she's into that stuff, or if she just want to partake in your hobby and want to see why you're passionate about it. and she's really interested in wanting to be part of what you do, bring her. But if she's not into it, don't bring it. Don't bring her if she's not going to be into it, because it's going to mess your experience up. Honestly, I'm trying to save it to go to Japan. I was supposed to go to Japan back in 2020, but the pandemic happened. Me and my brothers and my dad, we was gonna go to Japan, and we was getting our passports and everything, and then bam, the pandemic hit. It says I'm a big fan of the FGG. I'm honestly am trying to see what I'm doing. Yeah, so I do want to go to Japan. That's one of the places that I really want to go to, and then I do want to go to the Philippines. I haven't figured out a country in Africa. I do want to try Africa too. I haven't figured out what country in Africa that I do want to go to. But yeah, Japan is definitely on my bucket list. The Philippines is definitely on my bucket list. Are you going to Tokyo next year? Dope, Johnny. Dope, man. But yeah. We like, now that my daughter's older and stuff like that, because before I travel, like when I go overseas, I'm not breaking my daughter yet when I go overseas. Like I'm going to a foreign country and stuff. I'd rather go there first to see what it's like before I just take my child over there and stuff. So me and my brothers and my dad, we're going to go, and my daughter's going to be with her auntie or whatever like that, or she'll be at my dad's girlfriend's house, you know, chilling with you know, her daughters or whatever like that, however that works. But yeah, I do want to experience that, and then, you know, after trying out Japan and stuff, I definitely want to take my daughter as well. So I would want to go to, but I'm a paranoid person. I'll be nervous. Went like in. Oh wow, Laser Cat. So I'm finally going this October/November. Okay, Yoko. That's excellent. Yeah. So I definitely want to go to Japan. I definitely want to do that. That's on my that is on my bucket list. Speaking of bucket list, there's another thing I do want to box. Well, I wouldn't say, you know, professionally or anything, but I do want to go to a boxing gym and just I want to learn how to box. That's something I always wanted to do, and just want to get in the ring and spar. I would like to do that. That's something I want to do on my bucket list. Probably that'd be something I'll do when I turn 40. I'm not too far from 40 now. Want to go to Nintendo Land Japan too. A lot of dudes in the FGC be afraid to bring their girlfriends to events. Like, not everyone in FGC are creeps. Well, it's not the fact that like, I understand that too. Not everybody in the FGC is creeps and stuff like that. But I learned one thing, man. Like, as a guy, man, if like some things you just want to avoid. There's some things you just don't want to deal with. You know, especially like I said, if I'm into video games and she's not really into that scene or into gaming culture, why would I bring my girlfriend to begin with? That doesn't make sense. Especially if she's not really into it. So the whole time I'm walking around with her, I'm babysitting her. She may not understand what's going on and stuff like that. Then I have to keep an eye on her and stuff like that to make sure that she's enjoying herself and everything. So how can I enjoy myself when this event was supposed to be for me? But like I said, if my girlfriend's into video games, she's into fighting games, she's into the gaming culture, yeah, I will take her to one of the events. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, let's kick some ass together. I have no problem with that. But like I said, if she's not into it, it just doesn't make sense to bring her. Like you destroying your fun. You know? I'm out. What's that? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Casey. Thanks, Casey. So, appreciate it. But yeah. So if you're going to go to a fighting game event or whatever, and you want to bring your girlfriend or whatever like that, I think that's totally fine. Just make sure that she will enjoy something like that. If not, I wouldn't take her. It just doesn't make sense. That's like your girlfriend dragging you to some event that you have no interest in. You will be sitting there just pulling your hair out, or you just there bored. or whatever like that. You don't have no interest in it, you know. And then it's going to upset her that you will have no interest. So then it stops her from enjoying her time there because you're not having a good time. So why even do that to yourself? So there's some things you just want to avoid. That's how I see things. That's definitely how I see it. But yes, definitely try it out. I used to interview a lot of indie developers in the gaming space and stuff. But like Tom Lee was the only like game like legit like big game director of a company for a fighting game franchise like Dead or Alive that I actually met, talked with, and he's really really cool. Back when he was on Facebook, because I don't use Facebook, but he sent me a friend request. Me and him talked on Facebook a lot and stuff like that. So me and him was really really cool. So when I seen that Tom Lee was like, where did I see? What event was he at? And I said, man, he's still around, huh? I said that's dope. Haven't heard from him in a while. Said, do you have a dream guest character you want to in Tekken 8? All right. When it comes to guest characters, I'm gonna say this. It may not be a popular opinion. But I'm tired of guest characters in games. I really am. I think they're overused. They're overdone now to the point where they don't seem special anymore. And a lot of these guest characters are taking up space for more original characters for that fighting game franchise. You get what I'm saying? Or returning characters to return. You get what I'm saying? Like, for instance, you look at the Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat 1 already has the season pass of characters, and most of them are third party. Most of them are guest characters already. Those slots could have been used to bring back some of the original cast, or to make more new original characters. Let me see. Do you think we're getting more Marvel vs. Capcom 4? Ever? I believe you'll get another. I don't know when. I don't know when we will see a Marvel vs. Capcom 4, but I believe it's still in the cards. I really believe it's in the cards. Eventually. I mean, I'm gonna say it again. Marvel and Capcom still has a great relationship together. Perfect example right here. Like Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Like, both companies have to make an agreement will have to come to the table together with Arcade 1-Up for even one Arcade 1-Up to even have this machine made. So that's that. And then they just announced a new Arcade 1-Up version of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 with some new side art and stuff like that. That's releasing I think this fall or something like that. So it's still active. It's just a matter of when we'll see it. You know? Let me see. They need to buy it from Disney. Nah, I doubt that will ever happen. Best hope we have for Marvel vs. Capcom 4 is that Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 mod scene continuing to innovate and evolve. Do you think the Sonic series will ever get back to consistent greatness? That's a good question. Savage. I don't know, man. I would have to wait and see. I mean, people enjoyed Sonic Frontiers. I wasn't investing in it. I mean, my brothers have Sonic Frontier. They liked it. I tried it. To me, they're experimenting with it. They're using the fans to experiment on these new ideas, and until they get something right. So I'm just waiting for the right modern Sonic game. But Sonic Frontiers ain't it for me. I'll jump in much later until they have something. Now, there is talks that they want to remake a lot of the, Sonic Adventure games, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 and stuff. And I'm all for that. The only thing that I'm too afraid of is that they're going to apply their modern logic with modern Sonic games, with boost mechanics and all that bullshit. And, and a lack of momentum or just they don't understand how they created the traditional Sonic games and stuff like that. I just don't want their modern ideology for a Sonic game and then implement that their bullshit in Sonic Adventure 1 remake or a potential Sonic, Adventure 2 remake, So that's what I'm afraid of. I want those remakes so bad, but I'm so afraid of them fucking it up. That's the only thing that I'm afraid of, as far as that's concerned. The original Sonic developers who made all the games from one class wait till the adventure games are too old now and no longer have that same passion. And that's the problem. A lot of these motherfuckers, like especially in Sonic Team, some of these motherfuckers need to sit down. We need some fresh blood to come in. Like, I mean, fresh blood as in fans that actually grew up playing Sonic and knows the ins and out of Sonic and now working at the studio. You know what I'm saying? We need people like that that's helming these games. Because a lot of these old motherfuckers now, they're so stuck in their ways and how they do things. It's like, I mean, nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a lot of these old heads. Because there's a lot of old heads that's developing games that's still doing really, really good. But it's just a Sonic Team, man. Like, yo, sit that motherfucker down. Like have him be like like what they call them, a person that what they call them, an advisor or some shit like that or something. But we need a younger team that's passionate and really want to see a good Sonic game to work on modern Sonic. Let me see. Why not just do Sonic Adventure 3? No, don't do Sonic Adventure 3 until you get Sonic right. It doesn't make sense. Go back, remake Sonic 1 and 2 to build interest. I know a lot of people is interested in it, but get more Sonic fans to come in. Work out all the kinks in Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 remake, and then go Sonic Adventure 3. Yeah, he said, let the movies do the job right now. Really sad what happened to the Witcher TV series. Just complete assassinations. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second, Lasercat. Hold up. I personally believe having a great 3D Sonic game as good as Adventure is pretty much unlikely now in Sega unless they get younger. Yeah, like Sonic Adventure 1, I enjoy Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Love the fuck out of Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. But if I had to choose what Sonic Adventure I love the most, Sonic Adventure 1. Hands down. Sonic Adventure 1 was the best one for me. I enjoy Sonic Adventure 1. The thing about Sonic Adventure 1, I liked the hub world they have, and I liked the interconnected stories. Like you playing different perspectives. Yeah, I know Biggs the Cat was stupid as shit. I couldn't stand Biggs the Cat. But I liked that interconnected story. I like playing each character, and I said, oh man, this is how they got here and stuff like that. Now, I wish for a more modern Sonic game, like Sonic Adventure 3, for example, that they expand upon that. Just like make it much bigger. You know what I'm saying? Really dive into it, dig deep into it, to give us some good storytelling and stuff, utilizing that mechanic. The thing about Sonic Adventure 2, they went back the traditional classic route, made it more linear progression, where you didn't have the hub worlds, you couldn't select the many different characters, you selected different, you had the dark story and you had the hero story, but all the levels was all linear. You play through each level, get cutscenes, play through the next level, and like I said, I enjoy Sonic Adventure 2, love the gameplay and everything, but I did like the openness and the things you was able to do in Sonic Adventure 1. And also Sonic Adventure 1 levels was much more expanded and stuff. Like Sonic Adventure 2 levels, even though there was branching paths, it was still more linear than Sonic Adventure 1. Look, Sonic Adventure 1 had so many things to it and stuff like that. Oh, what's up? What's up, Steve? What's going on? What's up, Felipe? Yeah, Sonic Adventure 1, he said, I'm getting Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Don't really care about the 2D Mario games. But, yeah, Felipe, Sonic Adventure 1 was special, man. I think it was special for me, in particular, which, one second, guys. I want to grab this for this to show you how much of a Sonic fan I was back in the day. I still have my Sonic doll. I was 6 years old. 6 years old. Look how worn out he is. My mom had to stitch him up. He had the fluff, the cotton came out my mom had to stuff them and stitch them up and stuff. Now, and when I was as a kid, I was so distraught when I found that my Sonic was messed up as a kid. So my mom stitched them up. Mom and dad, when they went out on their, my mom and dad, they do their dates every once in a while. So we had a babysitter, and mom and dad went to Virginia Beach for the weekend. And I remember mom and dad came home, and I didn't just get Sonic. My brother Keo got Tails, because like me and my brother, like, we're like Sonic and Tails. I'm Sonic, he's Tails. I'm Batman, he's Robin. That's how me and Keo is. Like, I love my brother to death. Well, anyway, I remember my mom and dad told us to go in their bedroom and sit on the bed and just wait right there. And I remember sitting there. I'm wondering, like, I wonder what's going on. So me and my little brother, me and Keo, we sitting there. And I see father walk over with this. I see the box. They had 2 boxes. He called himself hiding it, but I seen the box. Now the thing is, as my father's walking up with the box, I'm a big Sonic fan. Now you know, with the Sonic boxes, they always had the checkerboard, you know, because of the loops and stuff on Green Hill Zone and stuff like that. So when I seen the checker box and the color patterns, in my head, I'm thinking Sonic, but I don't know what it is. But when I seen it was a box, I said, is it Sonic sneakers? Like, what is it? Like I'm just trying to guess as my father's walking up. My mom is in the room sitting on the bed with us. And I remember my dad, he came right in the room. He just flung the boxes out and held it. And when he held the boxes out, I just see Sonic in the box, just sitting there, in the box, in the plastic. And then, I'm like, I see 2 boxes. I'm like, what? I said 2 boxes? And I look on the side, it's Tails in there. And me and my brother Keo went nuts. We went nuts. We hugged mom, and then we ran and just jumped on dad and stuff like that. And I was just going crazy, man. Like, I got a Sonic doll. And what's so crazy about it is, like, me, I'm a father, a grown-ass man, and I'm able to show this to my daughter. Like, she was holding something of her father when he was a child. Like that's the wonders of being a parent, man. You know? But yeah, that's the story with that. He said, let's see. He said, used to have the ones with the claw machine. Bro got war wounds. Shut up, Nova. And he said, had like 3 knuckle plushies because his head was it was so easy to grab. That great story. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, man. That was the story with that, man. So I was a big Sonic fan. That's why I've been so hurt when it comes to Sonic, and a lot of the disappointment Sonic had brought to me, and the mishandle of the character and the franchise. It hurts me so much because my first gaming experience at 4 years old was The Legend of Zelda for the NES. And in fact, at the age of 5, I beat the game on the NES. That was on my father's NES. My first personal console at the age of 5 or 6 was the Sega Genesis. My father had got me the Sega Genesis. And it came with Sonic the Hedgehog. And that's why I have such a personal connection, because that was a game. Soon I came home from kindergarten, I would run straight into the house and just turn on that Sega Genesis and play Sonic 1. Now remember, I'm a kid, so I couldn't beat the Dr. Robotnik, on Sonic 1. The first stage, because you remember you have the two Green Hill Zones, and then you have the boss when you fight Eggman. And Eggman, he has that boulder, that bulldozer that goes left and right, and you have the 2 platforms. Now remember, I'm like 5 years old, so this is kind of challenging for me. And I remember I used to sit there frustrated, used to cry and stuff. And my father said, "Yo, like son, you like stop crying. You can do this. You can do this." And I kept saying I can't. And my father said, "Son, Blacksons never say they can't. You should never have can't in your vocabulary. You a Blackson." So my father, he just kept telling me I can do it and not to give up. And I stopped crying. My dad told me to like stop crying, you can do it, and stuff like that. So I used to play every day, trying to beat that level. So I remember one day I came home, and I was thinking about it all day in kindergarten. Like, yo, I can't, like, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I remember coming home that day. My dad just got off work, and at the time my mom was a stay home mom. So mom would pick me up from school, and mom just knew I was just looking forward to play that Sega. Sitting in the living room, couldn't wait, man. You know, that old ass, you know, box, like tube TV and shit, like, and I run in the house, turn my Sega Genesis on, and I said, I'm going to beat Dr. Robotnik today. And I remember Dad finally come home from work. Mom is sitting beside me, you know, because, you know, mothers, they don't like seeing their kids upset, because I was, like, really upset, like, so my mom is, like, trying to cheer me up and stuff like that. But so when father came home, like, I just straightened right up. Like, so when dad came home, you know, I want to impress my dad and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So dad come home, and I remember sitting there playing, and we get to Dr. Robotnik, and my dad, he comes home from work, he puts his keys down and everything, and we're not even sitting on the sofa. We not even sitting on the sofa at all. We sitting on the floor, and like with our legs folded and stuff. My mom's sitting on the left of me, and my dad's sitting on the right of me, and I'm sitting in the middle with the controller in my hand. I remember playing Sonic 1, and now my dad is there. So now I'm really trying to like impress my dad and stuff like that. So I get in there, and I play against Eggman, and I'm like, yo, I can do it. And mom and dad encouraged me, said, son, you can do it, you can do it. And I beat him. I beat Eggman. And I remember my mom and dad cheering. My dad, he like roughing my hands and stuff like that. My mom hugged me, kissed me on the cheek and stuff like that. And man, I was like, it was just an experience. These are things that I remember with Sonic, you know? These were the things as a child. That's why I had such a personal connection with Sonic, man. Like, yeah, the games are bad, but Sonic will still always be my favorite. I hadn't played most of the recent ones because I've been disappointed, but I still love Sonic, man. That's my favorite, like, video game character of all time. One of my favorites, you know? And I mean, as far as number one or number, like, it's really hard between Link and Sonic. And I'll talk about Zelda in a second. So I remember after that, man, the next big experience was Sonic 2 on Sega Genesis. Because now Sonic made it such a big name for himself. Now remember, this is the early 90s. You gotta remember this. This is the early 90s, man. The best era ever, man. Early 90s. And Sonic 2 just came out. So my birthday is just around the corner. So I'm already saying to myself, I know mom and dad got me Sonic 2. I just know they had. I know they had. Sonic just made a name for itself. Every kid in school, in the schoolyard, talks about Sonic. Everybody is talking about Sonic. And what made me super excited too was the introduction of Tails. I'm like, what? Like, Sonic got a sidekick? Like, yo, this is crazy. So I'm like, yo, so now my brother Keo, he's excited because now he has a character that he's attached to. Now he got Tails. Like, I got Sonic, he got Tails. And I remember the box art, and the box art came with a poster. You open it up, it had this big ass poster, and you see Robotnik with his hands over the two, and you see Sonic and Tails in the front. Oh my god, man! Like, that brings back memories, man. So the reason why I remember it is because it was my birthday. Now, when it came to the kids on the block, like my family, we were the more fortunate kids on our family on the block. Like, we were like considered like the rich kid on the block, because like I have everything. I have every game, every console, and stuff like that. So when my birthday came, we invited all the kids from our from the block, to celebrate and stuff. So we had my mom and dad, my godmother had bought the cake. I had my balloons and had all this stuff like that, and all the kids come running in. We running in and out of the house playing with water guns and stuff like that. And then when it came time to wish me a happy birthday, they came in with the presents and stuff. And I'm like, yo, which one is Sonic 2? I'm already saying to myself, which one is Sonic 2? And got Sonic 2, man, and was going crazy. And all the kids wanted to come to the party because they knew that, yo, Brian have to be getting Sonic 2. Because, like I said, Sonic no one was talking about Mario like that in my neighborhood. In the hood, no one was talking about Mario. Everybody was talking about Sonic. Where I was from, everybody was talking about Sonic. Sega Genesis was the console in the hood. Like, everybody was talking about Sonic. So, I remember, so all the kids was like, yo, we know the kids knew that I was going to have Sonic. So, all the kids wanted to see Sonic 2. All of them did. Everybody was talking about Sonic 2. So, I got Sonic 2. I also got Sonic 2. I got Batman Return on Sega. And let me see. I had 5 games. I can't remember the other ones. It's been so long. Tiny Toon Adventures. And I can't remember what the other 2 games was. But anyway, I got Sonic 2 and popped it in, man. And had a second controller. So Keo, he played, and you see all the kids coming in. We all crowded around the TV, and you see our parents in the houses watching their kids. Everybody just absorbed into the television. And everybody just watching me and my brother Keo playing Sonic 2 for the first time. And he was playing Tails, I'm playing Sonic. We run through the levels. And oh my God, man. I will always remember that. And I think the next biggest experience with Sonic was Sonic Adventure 1. Because for me, Sonic Adventure 1 will forever just mark the best era in gaming for me. It was the best Christmas for me. Sonic Adventure 1 meant so much to me was because Sonic Adventure 1, I had got the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast came out that fall. So my father bought me a Dreamcast at launch. But of course he didn't tell me, but he bought it and it was going to be a Christmas gift. So I had a Dreamcast since launch, but didn't know it until Christmas. And this is the crazy thing. This was the best Christmas. He said, what's up, let's see. What's up, Zimmon Bits? What's up, Baka? Sorry about that. What's going on? 1 second. I'm gonna get through this and get back. We'll get back to the conversations. I'll get back to answer questions in a second. Let me just finish this part real quick, and then we'll get back to the questions. I'll answer all your questions. Hold up, 1 second. We'll get to all of this. 1 second. So, I remember that Christmas of 1999, best Christmas ever, man. It's better than like me having the dream that year, that holiday at the Dreamcast. I don't care what nobody say. For me, the Dreamcast will forever be my favorite console of all time. Fuck the PS5, fuck the Xbox Series X, or whatever. Dreamcast was my favorite, man. So I remember Christmas of '99. Let me tell you what my Christmas was like in 1999. I come downstairs. Now remember, my parents got 4 kids. It's me, Keo, my sister, and then DX Strike, the baby. He's the baby. Now remember, all of us gotta get presents. And what I love about my parents, my father, he worked so hard. He always made sure that we always had a good Christmas. Even when we had our struggle moments, he always made sure that his kids had a great Christmas, that we never felt the struggle. When we struggled, we never felt it. So I remember that Christmas of '99, man. My dad had at least spent a grand on us a piece, like a grand, like so $4,000 on Christmas. And I remember my Christmas was crazy in '99. I had got a Dreamcast, an extra Dreamcast controller, a VMU, let me see, a Dreamcast arcade stick. I got Power Stone, Sonic Adventure 1, Ready to Rumble, Soul Calibur, and Blue Stinger. Those 5, and Marvel vs. Capcom. My fault. I got those 6 games for Christmas. Best fucking Christmas ever. I will always remember that. And I was in 7th grade. I was in 7th grade that year. I was in 7th grade that year. And I will always remember that Christmas when I popped in Sonic Adventure. I remember popping the Sonic Adventure 1 in that Dreamcast. Now, let me tell you something. As a kid, those graphics was before its time. And that was the thing. I believe that was the problem with Sega as well. Sega was just ahead of its time when the market and when everybody wasn't ready for it. Because remember, when Dreamcast came out, it was only the PS1 and the 64 as the competition. You know? And I remember when the Dreamcast came out, man, and I popped Sonic Adventure 1 in there. And I remember when the intro opened up, those graphics looked so clean. So fucking clean, dog. And I remember looking at that intro, and I say, wait a minute. Because when the intro opens up, you see the city, and you just see humans walking around. I'm like, wait a minute. Is this Sonic? Like, did they mistaken the game? Like, is this the right game? Why I see humans walking around and shit? Like, in the visuals, I'm like, this doesn't look like Sonic. And then that's when you see the water coming through, and you see all the people running, and then you see chaos coming through. I'm like, I'm losing my mind. 7th-grade me is losing my mind. I'm like, yo, these graphics are crazy. This cannot be a Sonic game. Because, you know, Sonic, the classic on Sega Genesis, you know, is more childlike. You hopping around and stuff like that, and going through Green Hill Zone, Chemical Plant Zone, and, you know, you have the classic music and stuff. How you go from 16-bit to 128 bits? How do you go from that leap? It's like Sonic made this major leap. It wasn't like Super Nintendo with Mario and then Mario 64. Now, I mean, Mario 64 looked good for its time, but you went from Sonic 16-bit to Sonic Adventure. And it just, like, blew my mind. And then as they come on, then you hear the rock music from Crest 40 playing the theme. Open Your Heart. And I'm like, as a kid, I'm like, what the I'm losing my mind. I'm just losing it. And I got the controller in my head. And then my dad turned around because he was helping, you know, my little brother out open the gifts. But he turned around and had to look, say, yo, is this Sonic? And then you see Sonic running, you see Tails flying, you see the glass break behind him, and then you see A-Man look like a badass standing on top of the A carry, and you see Knuckles, he got the cranberry smirk, and then you see Amy Rose turn around. I'm like, oh my, yo, dude, I was losing. Soon I start the game up, and then soon I start that intro, man, Sonic is talking. I'm like, yo, what is this? This can't be a Sonic game. Like, I was losing my mind, and then you run into chaos, and then I hear Eggman's voice for the first time. I'm like, yo, what is this? And then then you go to the Emerald Coast, the Save Tails, and the Tails, you find it, and you playing the level for the first time, and then that speed that you going through, like, yo, this is so unreal. And then I'm holding the Dreamcast controller because this is a new controller. That's what I love about when consoles first release, new consoles release. And you know, back then, when new consoles released, the controllers most of the time always changed. Nintendo always had, PlayStation was the only one that's consistent. But when it came to Nintendo and it came to Sega, their controllers always change. So it's always a new experience with a new controller in your hand and trying to understand and trying to get used to the analog stick because it's different from the PlayStation DualShock and it's different from the Nintendo 64 analog stick. And you going through Emerald Coast, and as you running, and you see this big ass whale chasing you and stuff. I'm like, oh my god, I'm losing it as a kid, man. Forever, I will forever remember that experience, man. What's up, DBZ? Yeah, man. Yep. You're right, Xenobits. They did. They had the Naomi board. And we'll talk about that in a second. So, alright, back to answering questions. Sorry about that. I know I went off on a tangent here. Let me see. Somebody said something about... Alright, so Xenobit said Mortal Kombat 1 will be the worst Mortal Kombat. It doesn't bring interactive scenarios. The X-ray doesn't last long, and they are censored. Alright, so I guess we'll talk about Mortal Kombat 1 in this question. And then we'll keep going down so I can make sure... I get everybody and everything. Alright, so Mortal Kombat 1. I'm still debating whether or not I'm going to get the game. I'm still not sure I'm getting the game or not. I'm going to be honest with you guys. So, I don't... That's why I haven't really talked much about Mortal Kombat on the channel. Because I'm still not sure I'm getting it. Still not sure. Now, I talked about in my video that NetherRealm Studios is also one of those companies that bent the knee, and they've been changing their philosophy on how they design female characters and how they design a lot of things that's going on within Mortal Kombat. They've been changing a lot of things, and I know there's a lot of people who's been really upset about that and everything. But as far as Mortal Kombat 1 is concerned, I would say it looks visually pleasing. It really, really does. It looks visually stunning. One gripe besides the female characters, how they design them, and especially Tanya, like I think she's the worst design of all of them, and that's a shame because the actual actress herself is beautiful, and they just did her a disservice. But anyway, I digress. One thing that I'm not really liking too much is some of the character designs of the characters. Like a lot of characters look generic. Like Scorpion and Sub-Zero, the new versions of Scorpion and Sub-Zero. I don't know. They just don't appeal. They just look generic. I understand this is a new universe. They're rebooting everything. But I guess them not having the hood over their head and got their hair sticking out and stuff like that. I don't know. They look like custom characters. They're like somebody like when I remember when they first introduced the Mortal Kombat 1 trailer, when they were showing everybody, I thought it was gonna be some type of online MMO or something like that because everybody looked like generic custom characters. Like I'm like, what's going on here? And that's what like Sub-Zero, Scorpion, and even Smoke doesn't look appealing as far as its aesthetics is concerned, or whatever like that. So I'm not really feeling like the character design. Like I like some of the costumes. I think Rain looks pretty dope. Like I like how he's a much more different character. He's a character of its own. He don't look like a typical ninja character. They really gave him some different designs and stuff like that. But I don't know, man. Like I don't really like some of the designs. Some of the characters look generic. And like I said, it looks visually appealing. And I'm not gonna lie, the combos look sick, man. Like, and my biggest issue with Mortal Kombat, and I always said that with the 3D Mortal Kombats, especially when we got the Mortal Kombat 9 on up, like I never liked the animations. The animations look so fucking amateurish. It looks they look like really, really bad and janky. Like how they punch, how they move. It moves stiff as shit. Like, they move stiff as shit. The game feels stiff when you move with the controller. It just doesn't feel. It feels awkward at times. But with Mortal Kombat 1, they really upped the animations. They've done a good job with the animations and how the characters move compared to their previous games, or whatever like that. So that does look appealing to me. And those combos, they added air combos. Them air combos is fucking sick in that game. Like when they show, especially like the combos they got me going crazy is Liu Kang's, and Baraka like he's like Wolverine and shit. Like his combos is sick. And I'm not Baraka's an ugly. Baraka's an ugly. Like that character ugly as shit. Like his design is so unappealing to me. Like I don't know. Like I said, I don't like ugly characters. Like I really don't. They never appeal to me. That's why I never pick them and shit like that. But Baraka looks sick. Like his combos look sick. I like, yo, I might be convinced if I get the game, I might have to pick him up. Now my dad, he mained Baraka when he first appeared in Mortal Kombat 2. So my dad was a Baraka main, let me see, and a Raiden main in the old school, back in the old school days of Mortal Kombat and stuff like that. But Baraka looking pretty nice. Did your daughter experience any memories like that whenever you got her video games? How to say, like, how can I say, my daughter, when it comes to video games, like, she plays video games, she has a she customized her, I thought it was in the room, she customized her Nintendo Switch. She has Hello Kitty. It looks, my daughter, she loves cutesy stuff and stuff. My daughter's she's girly. Like when it comes to games, when I buy her games, she enjoys all her games and stuff. But since like me with the super passion and what like that, and like having like, oh man, I remember that. I wouldn't say she has those same type of like like that those all experience. Like her all experience is things that's outside of gaming. You know, when I buy her her makeup and buy her those girly stuff, like those things that really matters to her. You know what I'm saying? But she has a lot of video games or like that. She plays her games and stuff like that. But I think for her memories is the things that the girly things and the stuff that she likes on that side and stuff like that. Because like I said, my daughter's a girly girl. You know what I'm saying? So that's the things like she really enjoys the most, and the things that she hugs and squeezes me when I get her those things and stuff like that. He said MK and generic goes hand in hand. Let's see. Thanks, Rocky. I'm doing my best to keep the videos coming, man. Speaking of videos, those of you who are new to my channel, because I gained a lot of subscribers. If like those of you who are not content creators or thinking about getting to content creation, the thing that I want to warn you about, man, is when you making certain videos. When you make videos that people really connect with and they run across your channel, people subscribe to you. Shut up, V. What's up, Cav? Kev, shut up. So, yeah. So, being a content creator, when you're making a video or whatever, you don't expect certain videos to click like that right away. And when you do have videos that do click, you're going to bring in a new audience. And this is where the problem comes in with me. I'm a YouTuber who don't want to be stuck in a box. Because my interests change as I get older, or I fall out of love and interest for certain things, and I want to try something out. That's why, even though I'm named Mugen Lord, you don't really see Mugen content on here. I'm semi-retired from Mugen, but I would never ever like completely remove Mugen. So I'm saying to say this, that Mugen will return in some shape or form. It may not be as consistent, but it still has a place on this channel, is because Mugen is how I got my name. Mugen is how I got my following. So Mugen would never go anywhere. But the thing about Mugen is I didn't just want to be a Mugen channel anymore. Because as I started going down the lines and started getting into and finding interest in other things, my interest in Mugen started to wane a bit. Because to me, I think Mugen, the best time, like Mugen sort of got really good around like, I would say like 2010, 2011, Mugen was like in the golden stage, like era, where I was just hooked on Mugen because content creators was just making all kinds of craziness, like new things was introduced and stuff like that. So that was a great time for me, you know what I'm saying? Even though I was doing Mugen, my Mugen channel been around since what, 2007, I think. But it was 2010, maybe 2011 where Mugen really picked up for me. But my interest began to wane, especially when fighting games started to come out on consoles, especially with Street Fighter 4. Like the writing was on the wall for Mugen after a while when Street Fighter 4 came out, and then BlazBlue, Tekken 6, all the fighting games started coming back. Because that's what happened. When the fighting games started to die down, I know, like, a lot of people migrated to Mugen, and because fighting games, they kind of died down a bit, especially in the mainstream. And then once Capcom kickstarted things up with Street Fighter 4, and then Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came out, it seemed like everybody just started just packing their bags. Some people left Mugen and went right back to the other games again, But as a content creator, you're going to make content that's going to appeal to people. And that's why I said that the scary thing about all this, I gained almost around 500 subscribers ever since I made that video that called The West Hates Women. The scary thing about it is because, as I said earlier in the stream, like, there's so many people showing me love in the DMs on Twitter, people leaving so many like heartwarming comments and stuff that I gave them courage to stand up for themselves. people who are parents. Like I said, they really felt the segment where I talk about my daughter and stuff like that. So now, expectations are now set on this channel. And then when Melody Mac shouted me out, so now I have some people from Melody Mac's audience are now on my channel now. And the problem about being a content creator, when you make a certain content that appeal to people, people subscribe and expect you to continue to make content like that. Now, I won't say that I won't make content like similar to that ever again, because I will make content like that again. But I don't want people to like, and this is what's so scary, because now it feel like that I feel like I'm obligated, or I feel like I have to do another video like that, is because I have so many subscribers and so many people saying they're looking forward and is asking, hey, like, how often do you do videos like this? So now I have a new audience that wants to see stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be put in a box to where now I'm only making content that's like anti-woke content, because you know I'm an anti-woke dude. Like, I hate woke shit. I hate the shit that's going on in the gaming industry, Hollywood, and in Western society altogether. I hate this propaganda. I hate the nonsense that's going on and stuff. But despite that, I don't want my channel to be that type of channel. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that channel to just focus on that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be stuck in a box, because I got so much talent, I got so many hobbies, there's so many things that I enjoy doing, but my channel is always going to focus on gaming, and I guess you say now entertainment, because I'm now covering comic book movies and, you know, comics, and I'm covering all that type of stuff. So you're going to start seeing a lot of brand new content here on this channel, because I'm trying to broaden, because I wanted to do other things. I enjoyed it. That's what makes YouTube fun. And I feel as though that if I don't follow up with that video with something else like that, is that I feel as though I'm going to let everybody down, or people are going to just move on. You know what I'm saying? And don't come back. And which means I have a bunch of subscribers, and those subscribers don't mean anything, because they only came for that video expecting that they're going to get similar stuff to that. And now I just got a bunch of inactive subscribers. And that's what I'm afraid of when it comes to this. And like, I knew that this video was going to be success, but I didn't know it was going to be this kind of success, to the point where it's like viral, like where everybody's retweeting it, hundreds and hundreds of retweets, and people's passing around saying, let's make this go viral. So now it feels though that now I have to follow. Now I feel pressured that I have to follow up with something else, which I already have in mind. I have 2 videos in mind that I will do. I won't discuss it or share it here, because I have to, you know, work it out, and then I have to do some research, because these videos require a lot of research, man. It took me about a week to put that video together, because I had to really look into it, especially Gamergate. I had to look into like, I knew what Gamergate was, but when making a video like that, I realized in the comment sections, I realized on Twitter, that people didn't really understand what Gamergate was. And in the comment section, everything that I seen that everybody said that was in common with one another was that, hey, this guy Mugen Lord explained Gamergate to the simplest point possible that is digestible and understandable, because a lot of people didn't understand what the whole Gamergate was, and a lot of people only heard Gamergate through the media, and what the media was propagating, that is a movement of just sexist gamers, you know, and that is an unwelcoming space to women and all this other type of stuff. So a lot of people who heard of Gamergate only heard the media's side of things. But in the video, I did a deep dive, and I also showed you the gamers who, you know, that were passionate and involved in this, and gave you the gamer side of things. So you saw both sides. And that's what's wrong with today's media. The media's only giving you one perspective. Back then, you're supposed to have 2 perspectives, and then you leave it to the viewers to make their own educated decision which one they want to believe in, or they take both the information and then they draw their very own conclusion from there. But we have the left-wing media and we just have left wing point of views and perspective that pretty much owns Hollywood. It owns pretty much every business sector and stuff like that. So all these left leaning ideologies has taken over everything, and this is why it's affecting everybody. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, since the left is running everything, you're only getting left wing media talking points that's just blasted. It's constantly throwing in your face. It's constantly throwing in your face. It's just constantly throwing in your face. So when you're a normie, see, normies don't know anything that's going on. There's a culture war going on here, and the fight is for, you're fighting. Both sides are fighting for the normies. Because the normies don't know what's going on. They're carrying with their life. They don't really care about politics. They don't care about the left. They don't care about the right. They just trying to get by, pay bills, take care of their family, and just go on with their life. So the normies don't know what's going on. And the normies is a huge population. See, the left is not really as big as you think, and the right is not really as big as you think. It's the center that's really big. Because most people don't care about politics. So what happens is, when you're constantly putting in the media, the normies is watching it. The normies is constantly watching it. And the normies are confused. The normies don't know what's going on. They looking at it and say, hey, what's this? Like why like, what's going on? Why is this like this? Or, you know, I went to work the other day and I had a conversation, and then, you know, I was called a racist, or I was called this, you know what I'm saying? Or I misgendered this person and stuff, and now they trying to get rid of. Now they trying to ruin my career and stuff like that. But they don't they're confused. Like, yo, what the hell was going on? Because they're carrying on their life and they shut everything out, so they don't know what the culture war is. They don't know what anything that's going on. So now they go through. Now a normie goes through an epiphany stage, or they go through like a moment like, where they're like, okay, I need to find out what the hell is going on, because I'm being told this, and now after just experience and going through this experience, I don't believe what they're telling me right now. So they're looking for answers. They end up getting their red pill moment, and these are the people that you need to reach out to, because the normies is the ones that's going to be able to push all this stuff out and stuff once you wake them up. Because normies don't know anything. They don't know what's going on. They just want to live their life and stuff like that. So, Digital experience. Oh yeah. So that's the thing when it comes. That's the thing when it comes to that. So when it comes to my channel, I don't want people to think, wait, why is my hold on, guys, my chat. I just noticed my chat now. Oh, that's why. Shit. I had it all the way at the top. There you go. Yeah. So when it comes to my channel, I don't want people to be set up for disappointment, to think that my channel is just focusing just on that. No, I talk about a variety of things. I love talking about gaming in general. And like I said, I'm expanding what I'm doing, because YouTube has to be fun for me. You know, if I'm gonna continue to do this and I'm running the business and stuff like that, YouTube has to be fun for me. I don't want it to feel like a job. And if it feels like a job, then I don't want to do it anymore. But I don't want to be known as an anti-woke channel. Oh, thanks, Kev, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. But I don't want people to think that I'm an anti-woke channel. Yes, I'm an anti-woke person. But I don't want my channel to just be seen as this, like, anti-woke channel where it's just nothing but anti-woke content. Because my channel is not that. Yes, I will cover things like that because I'm passionate about certain topics, but I don't want people walking into my channel and thinking that that's what this channel is just all about. And then when I upload my next video, I'm talking about fucking Armor Core. You know what I'm saying? Then they're like, yo, what the hell is going on? You know what I'm saying? So I just want to just lower people's expectation. A lot of people. I just hope you just stick around and just look at the rest of my other content. You know, I want you guys to check out my, you know, and hear my opinions on my favorite video games and the gaming news and updates and stuff that I have that's going on in the gaming industry. I just hope you guys stick around for that and not just like, you know, just disappear after that one video. And that's the thing that I'm afraid of when getting these massive subscribers and stuff like that, and then everybody just leaves, and then I'm just stuck with all these subscribers, but they're inactive, so those numbers mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully you guys stick around even after that video. But I do have another essay video coming up that's going to be anti-woke. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be an anti-woke video. And as I said before, I have 2 of them actually that I'll be working on. But when will it release? That I don't know yet. Because like I said, these videos take a long time to make. I have to research this stuff. I got to get a lot of receipts for this stuff. And then I have to break this stuff down. And then I have to write the script. So that stuff is going to take time. But best believe, I do have 2 other videos in the works. And there will be more in the future. But don't expect them to be consistent, coming out consistently back to back. You know? But they will come. But I just hope you guys who are new stick around for my other content. That's all I'm hoping for, you know? But anyway, he said, I used to be a normie. I never gave a damn about politics until they destroyed my favorite hobby in video games. Let's see. That's why I don't touch politics anymore. Too much dumb shit. Plus, there's nothing I can do to change me. Yeah. And this is another thing, guys. Like, I don't like talking about politics all day. Like, yeah, I'll talk about it on my, like, in live streams, but I don't talk about this shit every day. Like it's tiresome. Like, it does get stressful. Like, that's why I don't feel like talking about it at times. That's why I avoid it. Because I do have friends who are just so left wing. Like they drinking the left wing Kool-Aid. And because of social media have made politics so damn toxic that it's ruining friendships and stuff like that. Like I have friends who are so left leaning to the point where when I do meet with them, they want to talk about that shit. I don't want to talk about politics, especially since I know we're not going to come to an agreement with each other. You know what I'm saying? Now, for those of you who don't know, I grew up as a Democrat. I grew up as a lefty, and not because that I believed in the politics and what they stand for. I was a lefty, or I voted Democrat because I'm black. I grew up in a black household. Everybody just voted Democrat. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just voted, you know? So my parents voted Democrat, so my parents vote Democrat, I'm going to vote Democrat too. You know what I'm saying? And then I went through my whole life, you know, hearing from my own people and, you know, saying that, you know, conservatives and Republicans, they're nothing but, you know, white racist people. They're nothing but rich. They don't like black people. They're racist and all this other type of stuff. So growing up as, you know, in the black community and growing up, you know, growing up as a black young man and, you know, going to school and stuff like that and being around my people, I always been told that Republicans are racist and that Republicans is nothing but racist white people and stuff that just want to put their foot down on the little man, and they hate black people, they hate minorities and all this other type of stuff. I always been told this. So if you're young growing up, always been told that, you know, having conservative values and being told that, you know, being a Republican and stuff like that is, you know, that's the party of racists and stuff. And the thing is, you had these people are your loved ones, or these people look like you. So you're going to just take their word for it. You're not going to research it and look for it for yourself. You're just going to believe them. So you don't take time to actually think about it or whatever like that. So why would I want to, you know, why would I want to be, you know, affiliate with a party full of racists and stuff? They don't like me because of my skin color. So I've been told that my whole life about conservatives and stuff like that. Now the first time, yeah. So in a way, even though I voted Democrat, I never saw myself as a Democrat because I didn't care about politics. I just wanted to live my life. So you can say I was a centrist in a way. I didn't care. To me, like, it didn't really impact me as much. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm living my life, enjoying myself. So politics mean nothing to me. So I never got engaged in politics. But my first time experiencing the conservative side of things was back in high school. My high school chemistry teacher was named Mr. Mbazy. He was my 12th grade chemistry teacher. And I always used to wonder why in my high school, why all my teachers would always talk about him, or they would give him the look. It's like they're grown as adults, and when he would walk by, they would just stare at him and look at him, and they won't talk to him. And even when in the lunch cafeteria, all the teachers would sit away from him. I noticed this, but didn't know why until I got much older. The reason why, because he was a conservative. He was the only conservative in the school. The only conservative. So my first conservative experience was when I had his class. And in his class, he would have the television turned on while we did work. And he would have Fox News turned on. And he would while he would talk, he would give his conservative perspective. And when I would watch Fox News, or when he would talk and stuff, everything he talked about was things, I'm like, wait a minute. The things that he would talk about, I'm like, yo, I agree with this. I agree with that. I agree with this. Like, I like in my heart and in my soul, there was a lot of conservative things and conservative values that I believed in naturally. Like, it was just clicking to me. And then I started watching Fox News. I was told that Fox News was racist as well. So I would never watch Fox News. But when I watched Fox News, there was things in Fox News that I agreed with. But when I look at CNN and everything else, like, I'm like, they're telling me these things, but everybody, it's not lining up. Everybody keep telling me something, and then when I'm finding out for myself, it's not lining up. Something is not right. I'm like, somebody's lying somewhere, you know? Oh, Mr. Mbezi was white. He was a white guy. All my teachers were white. I only had like one black teacher, I think I probably had like one black teacher in high school. But all my teachers was white, but all of them were Democrats. Mr. Mbezi, he was the only conservative in this school, and I've never understood why he was treated like an outcast. No one fucked with him. No one would talk with him. He would eat lunch by himself. He was a married man. He owned a business, and he's the only like. And it's another thing about conservatives. Like, most conservatives I meet has businesses. He had a satellite dish business and stuff like that. He's the only one I knew a teacher that I knew that had a job, had his own company. After he left, he would go to his job and stuff like that, and his company and stuff. And he was married. And he had a family and stuff like that. But I didn't understand that at the time, or whatever, until I got into this point and started reflecting back on it. I was like, yeah. I watched how they would talk about him and stuff. They talked about him because he was a conservative, that he had conservative values and stuff. So all the teachers would shun him. Yeah, they would shun him and stuff like that. So that was my first run in with conservative values, conservative viewpoints and stuff like that. And it just made me start thinking about things, but I still didn't give a fuck about politics. Still didn't give a fuck. But it had me questioning things or whatever like that. Because I'm like, everything that my people was telling me about conservatives and stuff, because Mr. Mbezi was a cool dude. That dude was cool. He was a conservative. He was a really cool cat or whatever like that. But everybody kept telling me that Republicans is just racist. They're racist white people and stuff like that. But there's nothing racist about that dude. And the more and more I started, like, hearing more and more conservative views and started looking into conservative values, my values aligned with the conservative side. So I'm like, yo, why I'm voting Democrat. like, that was the crazy thing. Yeah, like, that's crazy. And it was happening back then in high school. That was happening back then. So, right after that, when I got to college still wasn't a indoctrination camp yet. Because I went to college in 2005. I went to college. Now remember, those of you guys who are new to this channel don't know. I graduated from high school in 2005, went to college in 2005, met my girlfriend who ended up becoming my baby mom. I met my girlfriend in 2007. That's when I started. 2006. In 2006, I met my girlfriend. And then I started the Mugen channel, and from there, I end up dropping out of college, and then end up getting my girlfriend pregnant, and that's how my daughter came to be. And then 2011, I went back to college, and college became a totally different landscape when I went back. Now, when I went back to college, a lot of things changed. Now they started having women studies, like the gender studies and all this other type of shit. But the first time I ever experienced someone being indoctrinated, like, and then became a totally different person, was one of my friends. We had our social group, our social circle, at the college, and I remember she's a really cool chick, really cool. We were friends, and you know she hung out with us and stuff. And one semester, she decided to take women's studies. And I remember when she took women's studies, her whole attitude changed. How she treated me and treated the rest of the guys in the group. It's like she had a disdain for men. It's like she's, the more and more she invested in that women's studies class, the more and more she was just angry. And then she would just like get angry at us, and we done nothing to her. And that was the first. And I still didn't understand what was going on. Didn't understand that the indoctrination is starting to begin. She started getting deeper into the woman study, and she started becoming more bitter, more angry, and stuff like that. And eventually, she stopped hanging with us or whatever like that. But before then, she hung out with us. But ever since she took that woman study class, she seen us as the enemy. It was just crazy. So, dude, what do you think of the infiltration ban from Evo? Girabu, that's a perfect question. I'll get to that in a second. What he said? What do I think about the infiltration ban from Evo? I'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, she was indoctrinated, and it really ruined our friendship and stuff because she really she started having disdain for men. The more and more she got into that class and stuff like that. So I still wasn't aware of what was going on. Now, this is the funny part. I graduated from college 2014. I graduated at the time Gamergate started. Right out of college, Gamergate started. Right out of college. So it felt like in college, it's like time froze for a second. Because all the social, political stuff, the woke stuff that started creeping in, I didn't feel most of it. I didn't feel most of it. It felt like that the college that I was in for at that moment shielded me from that. Because once I graduated in 2014 and came out, society just flipped on its head the moment I graduated. The moment I took that cap and gown off and got my degree. So when I came home, the whole landscape changed. Now, I go on YouTube and, you know, if there's a look at a game trailer, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, we're giving our opinions about a game trailer, or we make a comment, or you read the comments in the video, in the comment section, how the comment section is talking about the, women being over sexualized, women being objects and stuff like that, and just people having just like saying all this stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And now I'm being called a sexist because of my opinions, or talking about what I like when it comes to women, or how I like female characters and stuff like that. Now out of nowhere, I'm being called a sexist. These are things that we would normally have discussions about, and no one even call each other sexist. It's just something everybody was just interested in and just talk about it. Now all of a sudden, I come out of college, and I'm looking around me. I see people just getting called sexist, homophobes, transphobes, people being called racist when they're not racist. I'm like, what the hell is going on? So then I started losing Facebook friends because that's when the whole rhetoric started coming in about the whole trans movement, and everybody's, talking about women, trans women are real women and all this other type of stuff. So what happened was, one of the guys that I was cool with on Twitter was talking about a situation that dealt with a person who was transitioning and stuff like that, and he was pretty much calling people transphobes for not, acknowledging this person as a woman and stuff like that. So I got into the comment section, and I'm like, he's not a woman. Like, he can never be a woman. As long as he got them fucking XY chromosomes, he's always gonna be a fucking man, no matter how you slice it. I don't care how many mods he put on him. I don't care how many hacks and cheat codes he does to his body. That would never change the fact that he's a man. He will always be a man. And I remember when I said that, because back then you was able to say shit like that and no one combated you on it, because everybody said that was logical. A man can't be a woman. So no, there was no up for debate. Because now today, we got people saying, what is a woman? What the fuck? Like, what do you mean, what is a woman? How is this even a conversation? So I remember when I made that comment on Facebook, I was just getting attacked. People was calling me transphobe. I'm getting attacked left and right. People going into my DMs on Facebook. Then people start going onto my Facebook page. Now they're talking shit about my daughter. They're talking shit about my family. And all kinds of stuff because of my view on that topic. So people started getting personal. So I'm like, it was hurting in my head. I'm like, what's going on? This, like how, why are we discussing, how are we discussing this? Why are we debating what a woman is? How, this was never a thing years ago. Why is this a thing now? When has this become a debate? Now, the crazy thing is, the crazy thing about this is about what is a woman, you notice that you don't see no documentaries, and you don't even see no videos with the question. You don't see any videos asking what is a man. You notice that. The only thing we have in the debate about is what is a woman. You see it going on in our video games as it is, where, like I said, they defeminizing women. They making these women look hard as shit. They removing all forms of femininity from women. And now we have this thing to where people are questioning what is a woman. What the fuck do you mean, what is a woman? Like, how's that even a thing? But you notice that they don't have what is a man. Because guess what? The male gender has to stay static. The reason why the male gender has to stay static, because they need an enemy. And men has to be the enemy. If they're going to push the talk of patriarchy, if they're going to push the talk of sexism, one of the genders has to stay static, which is men. So you're never going to question what is a man, because a man, the man has to be the villain. He has to be the villain. He has to be. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you will never see that. You will never see them question that, what is a man? Everybody know what a man is, but for some strange reason, everybody has a question, what is a fucking woman? That doesn't make any sense. And you have to understand the reason why they're doing this too. You gotta understand, women are under attack as much as men are being under attack. We're being under attack in different ways. That's what's going on right now. We're being under attack in different ways. Women are getting attacked one way, dudes are getting attacked in another way. And the way women are being attacked is erasing women. What I mean by to erase women, that's population control. Because you gotta understand, women are important. Women birth society. Everybody who's alive today came between the legs of a woman. They came through her. We all came through the birth canal of a woman. We all came from women. So if you're the elites, and you're the elite establishment, and you want to control the world, or you want to depopulate the world, you go after the gender that breathes life, that brings life to this planet. You go after the women. Oh, thanks, Chris. Thanks. You go after the women. The women are the ones that birth society. Women are essential to is essential to life. They're important. Women, you don't understand. That's why femininity is so fucking important, man. Femininity is powerful, man. Like, it's very powerful. That's why they trying to destroy that. They're trying to destroy femininity. They're trying to get rid of it. And they're trying to shame women to, to not be feminine and to adopt a masculine traits. Because the thing is, the more feminine a woman is, the more attracted a man is to her because of her femininity. But if you strip that femininity away and she becoming more and more masculine, dudes is not attracted to that. Because at this point, you dating your homie with a ponytail. That's all you doing at this point. You dating a homie. That dudes are not attracted to that. He's not he's attracted to its opposite. Women are it's like yin and yang. You know what I'm saying? We're the yin to their yang, and we complement each other. So to control everything, you control the woman and stuff. This is why women are being under attack at this point. And another thing too, when you attack women and you control women, you also control the men. Because you gotta understand, men and women, we are designed to come together. We are designed to procreate with one another. That's why attraction is so important. Men, we're more physical. We see things. We're attracted to things by what we see. That's how we've been designed. That's why women on their side or like that. That's why they're built different. They built to be curvy and shapely and stuff like that, because that's also to attract us, to bring us to her, and she finds certain features about us attractive, and this, that, and the third, and it brings us together. That's how it fucking works, or whatever. And that's what's going on. They're attacking that. They're attacking every fabric of her femininity and everything. So if you want to control men, you go after the women. Because what happens is, women control sex and reproduction. Women controls all of that. She controls it. She controls the dating market. She controls the sex market. So what I mean by she controls it, whatever like that, whatever a woman says or whatever a woman has interest in, a dude will conform to that if that's going to get him a closer chance to procreating with her. That's why you got dudes. That's why chicks, if she says that if a woman is attracted to a certain thing, or just women on average are attracted to a certain kind of guy or a certain kind of personality, other guys are going to see that and want to adopt that if that's going to increase their chances of mating with her. So if you control her and manipulate her to get her to do things you want her to do, if I was the elite establishment, whatever she says or whatever like that, dude's going to see that, and then he's going to try to conform to it if that's going to increase his likelihood of mating with her. Just control her, manipulate her, then you got the men. That's how you get them and stuff. That's why you got so many simps. You got so many simps out there. That's why feminism was the perfect weapon to give to women. Because then you got dudes who is masquerading as male feminists because he thinks that, hey, if I tell her, if I prove to her that I'm her ally, that will give her, to trust me and stuff like that. That increases my opportunity to procreate with her. So a lot of these dudes are adopting beliefs that they don't really believe, but they think that's going to ensure they think that's going to ensure the opportunity to sleep with her, or to build a family with her, or to marry her and stuff like that. So a lot of these dudes are conforming to ideologies, or he's conforming to her will if he think that's going to increase his chances of being with her. And that's all because if you get a hold of the woman, you have her, you control her, you got them. And that's what's going on right now, But anyway, let's see. Yep, separate. What's up, Sam? What's going on? Damn, I just stepped into. I'm already getting into a heated discussion. What's up, Mr. Degenerate? All right, I got some. I'm gonna go back to questions again. I'm gonna go back to questions. Let me get back to it. So first, Girubo, he asked me, what do I think about infiltration from being banned from Evo? Said, think infiltration from Evo in Pro Tour. I miss him so much. Question correctly. Well, the thing is, I haven't kept up. I haven't really kept up on the I haven't kept up on the whole infiltration thing. But I will say this. The thing is, I'm not going to comment too much on something that I don't know too much about. From what I understand, that he was abusing his wife or something like that. But was it actually true? I'm not sure what that's all about. That's why I'm not going to comment too much about that. But he did his time already. But he's been banned for good, or I guess for good, and he haven't came back since. And a lot of people debating should they unban him and stuff like that. I think it depends on what the crime is. Like for me, like if you're sexually assaulting a woman like at the events, or you or if you RAPE a woman at the events, oh yeah, hell yeah, ban, lock them up, throw them in jail and shit like that. If you sexually assaulting somebody at these FGC events, yeah, ban them for good or whatever like that. It's not even just that, not even just sexual assault, but anything that's destructive and shit like that. Like, yes, like ban them and stuff like that. But if it's somebody doing something in their personal life, unless you're a murderer or a RAPIST or a pedo or whatever like that, then yeah, don't, no, that person is dangerous and stuff like that. But I think it just depends, really. I really just think it depends. Same thing with Filipino Champ. He made a joke about the watermelon, saying watermelon lives matter. He shouldn't have been banned for good for that. I think that was fucking stupid, especially when he has his goddaughter's black and his friends are black, and his black friends say, "Yo, he didn't say nothing offensive. We wasn't even offended by it." But the FGC, bunch of snowflakes, and that's another thing about the FGC. It's not the same like it used to. It's nothing but a bunch of fucking snowflakes. And nothing but a bunch of sensitive people every 5 fucking minutes, over shit like this. But he got banned for good. I don't think he should have been banned from the FGC because he made a joke, watermelon lives matter. Like, I wasn't even offended by that shit. This shit is stupid. Like damn. Like, and then Chris G, he made his comments about black female gamers, I think, from his personal experience. And like I said, you don't have to agree with him, but that's his opinion. Should he have been banned personally for it? I don't think he should have been banned personally for it. But hey, he's banned too, or whatever. And the only thing I can say is, man, like if you are banned, just take the L, man. Like because if you have done things, to reconcile or to become a better person and people still don't forgive you, then fuck them. Just move on with your life. Like with Chris G and Filipino Champ, just move on with your life. Just, in fact, build your own following and just do your own thing. Because there's people that still like them, so they can do their own thing or whatever. But like I said, it depends on what the crime is. I mean, if you were pedo and stuff, no, that's it. Like there's no forgiveness for that. If you a rapist or what like that, there's no forgiveness for that. If you're a person that's sexually assaulting people, there's no forgiveness for that. You can't allow you to be around people with acting that way, or you're a potential threat. You're a predator and shit like that. So I understand in that sense. There's no forgiveness for that. But I think in Chris G situation and also in Filipino Champ situation, I think that's fucking stupid. Them being banned for good like that. I think that's fucking stupid. I don't agree with it. And I'm pretty sure there's plenty of other people who disagree with that too. Um, isn't Low Tier God banned from certain events too? Yeah, like I said, like it really depends, man. It really does. It depends on how heinous the crime is to determine whether or not they should have a permanent ban. But those two that I just mentioned, I don't think they should have been permanently banned. It was fucking stupid. Very fucking stupid. So, let me see. I've been trying to give my hello for about 20 minutes now, but you're such a good speaker that I kind of lost in your words. What's up, ZL Entertainment? Yeah, ask me a question, ZL Entertainment. I'll listen. Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer everybody while at the same time, trying to, have some dialogue and speak what's on my mind to you guys, and everything and stuff. Yeah, so I really believe that though they shouldn't have been banned permanently, Start spamming their friend Discord. Yeah. So like when I was there when that news happened, when that news broke out, I remember clear as day how that went out with Filipino Champ, and I was there clear as day when it happened with Chris G and stuff. And even at that point in time, I thought it was fucking stupid. I totally disagree with that. And the thing is, we live in this culture to where these companies are afraid of getting canceled. They're afraid, and they don't want to deal with any of that heat that person has. So they rather just cut ties with that person, because they're afraid that the outrage mob, is going to come for them. And that's where, and like I said, it's all strive from Gamergate, man. Gamergate seeped into every facet of our culture and everything. This whole thing, it changed our whole society. No, you're not wrong for feeling that way, DB. No, I wouldn't say that as far as people is concerned. I just think people like that need a fucking wake up call. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, so that type of culture from Gamergate had leaked over to every facet of our society, to the point where, like I said, everybody's afraid of being canceled. Companies are afraid of being canceled. The outrage mob became the new mafia. They became this group. This woke group has became a gang. It became a mafia. It became the mafia and stuff. And a lot of people is afraid of it because they're afraid of being canceled. They're afraid of losing everything. So they appease to these people. But the thing about woke people and these woke establishments, you can never appease the woke mob. You can never appease them. Because the moment you bend the knee, they double down. They go even harder on it. And that means your apology was wasted. It meant nothing. That means you humiliated yourself for nothing. Because all these people do is just double down and they move on to the next thing and destroy the next thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm telling all you guys and ladies, whoever's watching this stream, I always say this, man. And like I tell people I know in person and in real life, and people I talk in the voice chat and in Discord, stand up for your beliefs. If these woke people can stand on their beliefs and fight hard for it, then you guys have to fight for what you believe in and what you stand for, no matter what the consequences is going to be. Because in order to fight this, you cannot stand down. Because you stand down, it gives them strength. It gives them even more of a foothold on your neck and on the culture's neck. You know what I'm saying? When you step back and stuff like that, let them call you racist. Let them call you a homophobe. Let them call you a transphobe. Let them call you a sexist. Let them call you everything. And this is the thing about me. I don't give a fuck what you call me. Because I personally don't give a damn what you call me. People all day will call me an incel, even though I have a child and I have great relationship with women. Trust me on that one. So I have no issues with women. I have good relationships with women. So trust me on that. So damn sure not no incel. So that doesn't mean anything. But the thing is, that's all they have as a weapon. That's all they have. To the point that these words had lost its actual meaning. Now you're those labels simply because of your perspective and viewpoint on life and politics or whatever it is. If they disagree with you, you're those things. So the dangerous part about it is when real racism occurs or real sexism occurs or and all these other things occurs, no one's going to take it seriously because it's been so watered down at this point. Everything is, like Anita said, everything is racist, everything is so sexist, everything is homophobic, and you got to call it out. And that's the problem. How can you live through life looking through the microscope and everything you see is racist or everything you see is sexist? How, like, you have to be a miserable person. You have to. Where every conversation you have or everything you see, you turn it into a sexist thing, or you see it in a racist thing. Like I stay away from people like that. Said whenever someone calls Eric July a buzzword, his response is, yeah, yeah, Eric July is right. He says, I have no obligation to defend myself against a dumbass claim. Like, and my personal opinion is, that's his saying. My thing is, you ain't shit to me. You just some motherfucker over the internet. You just some dickhead over Twitter. You just some dickhead over YouTube. What you think of me and whatever opinion you have of me has no effect on my life. When I turn this computer off, I'm gonna go right in my bed, go to sleep, and wake up and forget everything about you. I don't know shit about you. You mean nothing to me. So when people call me an incel, people call me a virgin, even though I have a child and shit like that, when people call me these things, it doesn't mean shit to me. It bounced right off me. It's like I'm Superman. I'm the Man of Steel. When you shoot bullets at that nigga, it bounces off of him. That's how those labels are to me. You throw those labels at me, it just bounce off me. I don't give a fuck because you're nobody to me. You don't pay my bills. you don't put my daughter through private school. You don't finance anything in my fucking room. You don't do nothing for me. So I don't give a fuck about your opinion. You can call me what you want, and I don't give a damn. So go ahead, call me what you want to call me. That's just how I am. That's how I roll. And because I have a father in my life, my father taught me to stand up for myself. That's why fathers are fucking important. I'm like, I have so much confidence. I have high self-esteem when it comes to me as a person. I'm comfortable in my skin. I'm comfortable speaking around people. And I'm sure of myself. You need those things in order to navigate through life as a person. And if you're a man, you definitely need those tools. Because as a man, life doesn't give a shit about you. As a man, life is about taking L's. You're going to be taking more L's in your life as a man than anything. You want to have more L's than successes. Because those L's, it rough us up. It builds us up as men. So we can be able to take on the next challenge in life. So that's why I don't give a damn. That's why fathers are important and stuff. That's why I don't get my feelings hurt when people tell me things. I don't get afraid of those things that people call me or getting afraid of being canceled and stuff. I don't give a damn. Like, I don't. I'm a locomotive. I'm keep moving. Like, you can throw stuff, I'm gonna just keep going. You can't derail me. You can't derail me. I'm gonna keep it going. And that's why I teach my daughter, don't give a fuck what people say about you, think about you. You have the beliefs that you have, and you stand firm on it. If these lunatics or these nut jobs can have their beliefs and stand on their beliefs, you can do the same damn thing too. And I tell my daughter, baby girl, you don't have to worry about being canceled. You know why? You have a father. You have a daddy. Your daddy will always have your back. Your daddy will always protect you. So you don't have to worry, baby. You don't have to worry about being canceled. You got your father. You will always have him. You can be a grown-ass woman with children and stuff. I'm still your father. You can always rely on me. If things go south in your life, as an adult in her adulthood, she can always come back to me. I will always love her. She can always lean back on me. That's what fathers are supposed to be there for. They're supposed to be there for their daughters. They're supposed to be there for their children. When life does get hard, when life does get rough, when the world beats up on them, they should be able to run back to their parents, especially their father. They should be able to run back to their dad. That's why fathers are important. This is why fathers are important. A lot of this shit wouldn't be happening if fathers was present. If fathers was present or was able to gain access to their children and stuff like that, or if male role models were able to discipline or be that example, we wouldn't have the problems that we have right now. We wouldn't. So anyway. Oh, what's up? What's up, Mel? What's going on, bro? Haven't seen you in a while, man. So, dudes, people, ladies and gents, stop worrying about what people say about you, man. Those are just words. Those are just words, man. Even me as a black man, I see a lot of people on Twitter, like especially a lot of these black Twitter users. Every time I turn around, they crying about racism and shit. Like every 5 minutes. Now, I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. I'm not saying that because it does. But racism is not as potent and it's not as common as you think it is. Because you remember, we have social media. Social media just constantly broadcasts shit. But it doesn't mean it's happening more and more often. No. Things are just being recorded now. You're able just to see it now. That's all it is. And then you got more hate crime hoax than ever before. And that goes to show that racism is not really that big of a deal, or it's not that big of a thing, because the demand, the supply for racism, the demand for racism is higher than the supply. There's not enough supply for it. That's why you're starting to see a lot of hate crime hoax, and people making up shit that they've been discriminated against, or and all this other type of stuff, and you find out a lot of this shit is a lie because there's really no supply for it. Racism is not the biggest enemy of society right now. It's not racism right now. Like, more people get along today than ever before. People want to just live their lives. But you have the media constantly ramming in your head that everything is fucking racist. And then if you're a person with a victimhood mindset, then you're going to feed into that. Because one, you're able to use that as an excuse for whatever downfalls or whatever bad choices you have in your life. You can say it's racism is the reason why you're not achieving what you're achieving and stuff. Like, the thing that pisses me off the most, and I know y'all probably don't want to hear this talk and stuff, but the thing that I hate the most is how much disrespect people have for this fucking country. I can't stand the disrespect that people have for the American flag and the disrespect they have for this fucking country. People, like it boggles my mind how much, like, you look on Twitter, everybody has every fucking flag in their bio but the American flag. You got motherfuckers got the Ukrainian flag and don't even live in Ukraine, and most people don't even know where Ukraine is at until the media told you to care about it. Remember when France was going through its problem a few years back, and you had every store had the France flag and shit like that. Then you had motherfuckers on Twitter putting the France flag up. Everybody got all these other movements on their flag, but they don't have on their bios, but don't have the American flag. You got BLM motherfuckers putting shit up on their damn profile and stuff. You got niggas putting up Ukraine and not even from Ukraine and don't even know where Ukraine. Most don't even know where Ukraine the fuck is at. Got the Ukrainian flag, got the LGBTQ flag, got all these damn flags but the American flag. And the reason why you're able to talk shit about Donald Trump when he was the president is because you're right to talk shit about the president that you don't like. America allows you to talk shit about your leaders of the country and not be killed. Go to any other third world country or go to any other country where you can talk shit about the leader. Go to Russia and talk shit about Putin and see what happened. Go to any of these other countries and talk about. Go to China. Go to China and talk shit about the leadership there and see what happened to your dumb ass. But in America, you can talk shit about your president and get away with it, and yet you hate your fucking country. You see how privileged, like in America, anybody who live in America right now, y'all motherfuckers are privileged. Y'all the most privileged people in the fucking world. But for some reason, y'all walk around like y'all got the most problems in the world. That's how you can tell we a first world country. We are first world. Like when I talked about in that video, the women, the West Hate Women's video, where you see articles bitching about male characters having more dialogue than female characters. Like this is the stupidest shit that we're arguing about, that we're complaining about and shit like that. That's how you can tell we are first world country. We just making shit to be mad about at this point. We're so privileged. What year was it? I think it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. A lesbian couple. They were black. They were going to Dubai or one of those Asian countries or Middle Eastern countries. I can't remember where they was going. They were lesbians. They got on that plane. The moment they landed in that country, they got locked the fuck up for being lesbian. All because they were lesbians. But yet they would talk shit about America. They would talk shit about their own country, about how evil it is and how oppressive it is and stuff like that. But yet you can marry another woman. You can go out in public and kiss another woman in public and shit like that. And the moment they got on that plane and went over to the other country, they locked their asses up. But yet y'all hate this country. Y'all hate America. But you have the privilege to live the life that you want to live, but you hate this country. And the crazy thing about it is that these people will uplift other countries and never visit these countries. They will uplift these other countries and don't know shit about those countries. They would glamorize these countries, fantasize and romanticize these other countries, and don't know about their politics, don't know anything about their laws or anything, and put these countries on a pedestal against their very own country. And you know what the crazy thing about it is? You have foreigners who are fleeing their countries and come to America and still show loyalty to the country that they fled from, and would still show loyalty and patriotism. But yet you got Americans that live here who don't show no patriotism at all. Burning the American flag, kneeling towards the American flag, stepping on the American flag, no respect. And this is how the enemy can take our country over, because they indoctrinating our kids to even hate our own fucking country. This is how the enemy can come in and take over our country. They can take it over easy, because if you're teaching people and telling people to hate your own fucking country, it's easy for the enemy to come in and infiltrate it, because you hate your own country. Here it is. Black people are more better off than they ever was today than what our grandparents, our great-grandparents, and our ancestors was. Black people made so many achievements, became so successful and able to do anything, and yet still walk around like they're oppressed and still walk around like they're victims. I'm like, yo, you're sitting in a fucking mansion. Like you have more privilege than I do. You're able to get away with more crime and dirt than the average black man can. If I got locked up by the police and LeBron James got locked up by the police, who's gonna get treated better? Me or LeBron James? LeBron James is. He's in a different class. He's a different class than I am. It's more of a class thing than a race thing. Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z, all of them will be treated much better than me, simply because of their class, simply because of their status. It's that simple. You know? And that's the problem. Like, we need to start teaching our kids and start telling people to love your country. Yes, our country had a dark past. Yes, it had slavery. But what country didn't have slaves? Everybody had fucking slaves. Everybody killed and slaughtered people and stuff like that. Every country have a dark past. But why is it that every other country can still take pride in their country despite its past, but when it comes to us, we gotta hate our country and keep going back talking about what our country used to be? Our country not perfect. It can do better, and it's going to it can be better, and it will get better. But we have to allow it to get better instead of every 5 minutes still trying to poke about what happened in the past. And then the generation today, our kids. See, the more generations go by, the farther away those generations is from slavery and from those harsh things. So our kids and the younger generation don't know anything about that shit. They don't. Now, there's nothing wrong with teaching history, but the problem is they're not teaching history. They're indoctrinating. They only tell them certain things about that history to get the warp your mind and stuff like that, to start putting you against each other. That's all. That's what they're doing. There's nothing wrong with history. You gotta know where you came from, but it's how they're going about it. They like this generation. You know what I'm saying? Like a critical race theory and stuff like that. And I'm glad I'm seeing a lot of parents, and even black parents, because you won't see CNN talk about it. You gotta look at a lot of these press conferences. You see a lot of black parents who are against critical race theory, because you gotta understand, my daughter generation and the generation even before my daughter or whatever like that. You gotta understand, they're farther away. They don't know anything about this stuff. If you look at it, most black kids, white kids, and kids in general, everybody get along. Back in 2006, when I went to Mansfield University, when I first enrolled in Mansfield University, it was totally different when I went back to college and finished my degree when I went back in 2011. Two different landscapes. And what do I mean by two different landscapes? Back in 2005, it's my fault. Back in 2005 when I went to Mansfield University, when I got on campus, no one mangled together. You more so saw black people only with black people. You only saw Asian people with Asian people. You seen the black and Hispanics hanging around. But everybody stayed in their group. Everybody stayed in their group. No one really mingled together and stuff like that. When I dropped out of college and then eventually went back and graduated, but when I went back to college in 2011, totally different landscape, a younger generation. Now I'm seeing black people, white people, people of all cultures, everybody's best friends. Everybody's hanging out together. I'm seeing a lot of interracial couples and stuff like that on campus and everything. Totally different landscape. People are getting along together. But if everybody's getting along, that's a problem for the establishment. Because if people's not fighting, then they can't distract you with bullshit. They can't distract you and and undermine you with whatever policies they're trying to pass or whatever they're trying to do. So in order to keep everybody distracted, you got to get everybody fighting each other. So then you introduce critical race theory. And this is the problem. So like my cousins grew up much differently. My younger cousins, they grew up much differently. They have a mother and father who went through college, got college degrees, got careers and stuff. So they live in a much better community. They don't live in the hood. They live in a community where there's black and white kids. And they all go into these better schools and stuff like that. So a lot of their friends are white. They have a lot of white friends. They have a lot of black friends. They all hanging together. So can you imagine a generation of kids who grew up together, who don't really see color with anything? They just see kids and see each other as kids. And then all of a sudden you go to school and then your teacher's telling you that even though you're not oppressed because you come from a family who's well educated and your family's paying for your private school education, but yet you're going to the school and your teacher is telling you that no matter what, you're going to struggle, or you will never be able to achieve anything, and you're always going to be held back because you're black. And then you going around, you tell the white student that because of your white privilege, or because you're white and because of your skin color and what your forefathers did, you're always going to be seen as the oppressor. You're always going to be the enemy and shit like that. So now all of a sudden, you have a black student and a white student who's been best friends, grew up together, families hang out together, they go to the school, and then you have a teacher telling the white student that he's the oppressor, that he's the enemy, but then you telling the black student that all the problems in your life is because of of this guy, of this white student right here, because he's white and his forefathers did this to your forefathers and stuff like that. And the reason why this is why you're going to struggle in life and stuff. So now all of a sudden, this is what happens. So now all of a sudden, this black child never seen life through this lens before, but because their teachers is telling them this stuff, now they have this warped reality. They start seeing reality in this lens that they've never seen it before, even though they came from a good background, been treated well, maybe and have white friends and stuff like that. But now they're told that this white person, who's his best friend, is responsible for his ancestors going through what they're going through and shit. But this black student don't know shit about struggle, because this person don't come from struggle, because their parents worked hard, went to college, bust their ass, and gave their child the best thing they can possibly give them. But then you have the white child over here being told that they're the enemy, that they're the oppressors and stuff like that. So now all of a sudden, you see how the school treats the black child and see how the school treat the white child and stuff like that. And see how the black child is treated much better because of white guilt and all these other things. And you see how the white child is treated like an enemy. So now all of a sudden, this white child is going to have a lot of resentment. If you want to talk about racism, you're creating a racist. Because now their whole life, they're always being told that they're the fucking enemy. And then this child right here is always being told that they're oppressed, and that that they have to work twice as hard and shit like that because of their skin color. So that every white person they see as a fucking enemy and shit like that. That's how you get this war going on and whatever like that. Get this fight and get this confusion and stuff like that. So now these two friends, they're not getting along. They're not getting along anymore, because now this white student is resentful because his friend who's black is getting treated a whole lot better because he's black and stuff like that. And then you have the Black Lives Matter movement going on, and then he's constantly being told that he's the enemy and stuff like that. You're going to create a racist. You're going to eventually create a racist person. That's bound to happen, because that person got personal experience in how they're being treated and stuff like that. That's bound to happen, and people fail to realize that. Oh yeah, this seems gonna be archived. All right, welcome back, Neo. Yeah, you're creating race. You're gonna create a racist. That's bound to happen when you making white people enemies and stuff like that, and you telling black people that they're victims and everything. That's how you create friction between white people, black people, or whatever. And then if you're gonna throw gender in there, then you have this is a whole other thing, or whatever. So now you telling women that they're victims. You telling that all the sources of their problems is because of men. All their problems is because of men. So now all of a sudden you got a bunch of women who are angry, and that's the problem. What's going on in society right now? Society has no respect for men or male authority whatsoever. And the problem about it is they're teaching women, yeah, don't respect them, but take his resources. Yeah, I don't fucking respect you, but I want your money, I want your time, I want your protection, I want everything. But I fucking hate you. And that's what's going on right now. There's no respect for men. There's no respect for fathers. The male figure, the male symbol has been destroyed. Women do not women are being taught today, especially the young women and going to college and stuff. They're being taught to not respect the man. To not respect them. So then that's what makes relationships between men and women harder. Because now when she gets into a relationship with a man, she's always going to be combative. She's always going to be competitive against him. She's never going to be on one accord or in sync with him, because she's going to see everything he does as an attack on her freedom, or her autonomy as a woman and stuff like that. She's always going to see that as a problem. So she's only going to give him but so much leeway or whatever like that, and that's where the problem is at. That's why we have so many dysfunctional marriages, so many dysfunctional relationships today. Because women been taught not to respect the man. They've been taught that. They've been taught that, and that's where a lot of the problem lies, and it has to be fixed. Men and women have to come back together. We have to fix this. We have to fix this. That's why I feel sorry for my daughter. I don't know how she's gonna navigate through this dating field right now, because men are checking out of relationships. Men don't want to get married because society is like hates men right now. Society hates men, and then like it's crazy that I'm saying this, that like I'm afraid to bring a son in this world at this point because of how they going to treat him just for having a penis, just for existing at this point. You know, like the moment, like especially when you put a young boy in the school system, how they always trying to diagnose these boys with ADHD or ADHD, whatever you want to call it, because the moment that he's distracted or he's hard to control because he's hyperactive, and the first thing they want to do is just medicate the boy instead of finding out that, hey, like there needs to be we have to use a different method of teaching these boys rather than trying to put them on medication. You drug these boys. Give you a perfect example. Let me tell you a story about my brother Keo Lancer. Let me tell you about my brother Keo Lancer. I'm gonna share the story. It's very personal. My brother Keo Lancer, and I'm so proud of where he came from. How from when he was a boy, he had a learning disability. He had poor comprehension skills. He had a hard time reading, comprehending, and he really had problems when it comes to schooling, education, and stuff like that. So my brother Keo, he had got left down a grade, and mom and dad had worked hard with him trying to get him some help or whatever like that, because they had a hard time. They couldn't figure out how to teach him and stuff like that because of his learning disability. And I used to be sad watching my brother struggle because he couldn't read at the time and stuff like that. So I remember my mom and dad, they had to go to a meeting at the school. They had to go to the meeting at the school because they wanted to figure out what programs they can put Keo in order to help him overcome his disability or to help him navigate through it so he can go through school and stuff. So my parents, we go to the meeting, and the first thing they wanted to do, they told my mother and father that they wanted to put him on medication. I think it was called Ritalin, whatever that drug was. They wanted to put him on Ritalin. That's the first thing they wanted to fucking do. They wanted to drug him. And my dad, I remember he slammed the table. You not putting my son on no fucking drugs. My mom lost her mind. You not putting my baby on no damn drugs. There has to be other options. They didn't want to search for solutions. The first thing they want to do, because my brother Keo too is also hyperactive and stuff like that. So the first thing they wanted to do, they didn't want to provide no other solutions. The first thing they wanted to do was medicate my brother. They wanted to put him on drugs. And I remember my father losing his damn mind. So you not put my fucking boy on drugs. You not doing that. And my mom lost her mind. My mom lost her damn mind. You not putting my baby on no drugs. And then my parents wanted to look for a second opinion. Because that's the first thing they wanted to do was throw my brother on fucking drugs. And my parents wasn't doing it. They wasn't going for that shit. So the funny thing was, you know what helped my brother with his reading? What helped him overcome his learning disability? It sounds crazy, and I wish Keo was right here because he'll tell you about it. It was Final Fantasy XI and RPGs in general that taught him how to read and comprehend and overcome his disabilities. He started getting into RPGs, but Final Fantasy XI was something that got him to break it, because you have to constantly chat, you have to constantly read, you have to constantly type, and you have to comprehend what people are saying, and then you have to respond back and stuff like that. And then he's playing through the story and stuff like that. It was Final Fantasy XI. He would get on Final Fantasy XI each day, and now my brother, he's typing up, he's able to put together words and how and comprehending and putting things together. And next thing you know, he's taking his test. He's acing his test. He's taking the standardized test. He's doing good. He's coming home. He's playing his favorite RPGs. He's playing them, and you see him, because I remember when he had Digimon, the Digimon game on PlayStation. I remember he was just sitting there struggling to read, but he would sit down in that game, and I'm getting emotional. But I remember he would sit there on that game, man, and he would just sit there, and even though he was struggling with reading, he would just sit there and just constantly, he's just constantly doing it. He's constantly doing it, and he just constantly kept doing it, because back then you didn't really have voice acting in games, so a lot of RPGs require dialogue, the words and stuff like that. But he would sit in front of that game and he would read. He would sit down and keep reading, and keep reading. It was video games that did it. It was RPGs that did it. And then before you knew it, because like I said, he got left down. I was in 12th grade. He was in 10th. He was in 10th grade. But then, as he took the standardized test and he performed so well, they put him back in his correct grade that same year. He was no longer in 10th. He was in 11th. Now he's a grade behind me. So that means he's not going to graduate 2 years after me. He's going to graduate a year after I leave high school. And man, I remember, man, I hugged this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was so proud of this dude, man. Like, and it may sound corny, but my brother was Naruto. That's why my brother loves Naruto so much. And when I watch Naruto, and sometimes I get so emotional, because my brother was Naruto. People used to tease him. People used to call him loser. And girls used to push him away, or, you know, they used to tease him just like that because of his learning disability. My brother Kyo was always ostracized. Always. People would walk by him and just look at him with disgust. That's why I look at Naruto. That's why I always rooted for Naruto, because Naruto reminded me of my brother Kyo. I wish you was able to see his development. It's like my brother had the best. If our life was an anime, I think out of all of us, out of all the brothers, my brother Kyo had the best character development, because I remember where he came from and where he is now. And that's why I always cheered and rooted on Naruto, because I see Kyo inside Naruto. I seen how people just ostracized him, teased him, clowned him, and didn't think that he wasn't going to amount to anything. And now my brother, he has a photography business. He has a t-shirt company. His pictures he's a photographer. His model pictures was in magazines. My brother is about to buy multiple properties and stuff like that. My brother excelled. He achieved so much. I'm so proud of this nigga. Like, you don't understand. I'm his older brother, but in a way, I look up to him because I watched where he came from. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I say it to say this, man. Like, when it comes to boys, man, like, they try to, they want to put these boys on drugs. They try to do all these things to young men and stuff. It's an attack on masculinity. There's an all-out attack on masculinity. They trying to feminize men. They trying to do everything. And like I said, and on the other end, when it comes to women, they're attacking the feminine. It's an all-out attack on all angles. Yeah, man. My brother Kyo came a long way, man. He was a fighter. My brother's a fucking fighter. Real fighter, man. Like, so, yeah, man. So, got any other questions? This pizza getting cold. I'm getting deep into this conversation. All right, let me see what we got here. Yep, let me see. I hate how fast people run to medication for everything. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they do. Oh, my brother Kyo, he's a year younger than me. My brother Kyo, he's 35, I'm 36. Yeah. Yeah, he has a channel, but he he has a channel, but he's not on it. Cause like I said, he wants to get back into YouTube, But he's so busy with his outside life, doing everything, he don't really have time to invest into YouTube. But you will see my brother again because we are doing the Game Fiends podcast again. We planning it out, so you'll be able to see my brother Keel Lancer and DX Strike on the channel more often. And also, I have the Game Fiends channel, and of course, I have the Game Fiends Discord, which a lot of you are already a part of. But Game Fiends will come back. We will be working things out. We're going to plan everything out. But you will see my brothers, both Keel Lancer and DX Strike, more often on the game on the other channel, and they will feature on this channel as well. But you definitely want to see us more. Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna have a separate podcast for Mugen TV. I talked about it on one of my videos. I am going to do a podcast, where I'll be hosting, and my co-host is going to most likely be Master Boris. He'll be my co-host that will be on the podcast, and it's going to be us having discussions, talking about whatever gaming. What we're going to do is whatever gaming topics that's been out for that week, we're going to cover that on Friday, or we may have the podcast on a Saturday or something like that. We'll cover all those topics. And the way the podcast is going to work is, it's not going to be like how we have this, where we constantly talking, where I'm talking to the chat. Like, only time we have chat, well, only time we'll probably talk to the chat is if we're asking, if we're, asking for questions. When we ask you guys the questions, then we'll ask, then we'll, contact with chat, or if you guys send a super chat, then we'll answer whatever questions you have and stuff like that. But, it's going to be a show where we cover topics, like gaming topics and stuff. And of course, we'll have some social political topics, but it's not going to be about that. We'll talk, unless there's a game or something like that that has some social political things to it, or that's being talked about, then yeah, we'll cover it. But it's going to be a gaming podcast because I want to talk about games. Like I don't want to talk about depressing stuff all day, but I do want to talk about games. So I still haven't talked to Boris yet because I'm still mapping things out of how I'm going to do it. I'm going to use this other program called StreamYard, which is to be easier for me to be able to host me and Boris that way, as well. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to him soon once I get everything mapped out. I think it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna enjoy it. Me and Master Boris gonna have fun, and then we also gonna have guests. I'm gonna have guests too. Other YouTubers eventually will come on to the show. I'll probably have Cassie, because she invited me to her stream. So I have Cassie and a couple others that was on her stream come over and guest on my podcast as well. So yes, there will be a podcast. The thing is, when it comes to podcast, when I do start the podcast, I have to be dedicated to it. I can't be skipping podcast days and stuff like that. No, I have to have in my head, when I do make the decision to do it, that means I have in my head that, I'm going to be dedicated to it. I still, a lot of things that I have to organize in my life as far as prioritizing certain projects and things that I need to do and want to do. Once I do that and sort that out, then I'll get the podcast ready, and then we have everything going. Nope, no, Zero, I ain't beat it yet. Tekken 8, I'm kind of pissed that I didn't get into the beta once again. I don't know what it is about these game companies, man. Like, I can never get into closed betas, bro. I can never get into them. I never selected. I don't know why, but I'm not. And then the crazy thing is, when they allow you to sign up for the betas for all platforms, I sign up for all platforms and get in none of them. Like, you would think my chances would increase if I sign up for the PC, the Xbox, and the PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. You would think that that will work out, but it never works out for me. Who do I prefer? Cammy or Chun-Li? Damn. Shit. That's a hard-ass question. Now, it wouldn't have been hard if you said Jory, if you threw Jory in there, because Jory would just beat both of them. But I don't know, man. Cammy or Chun-Li. Ah, damn, man. I don't know, man. I don't know who. I don't know which Street Fighter babe I would choose between those two. That's a hard one, man. You really got me thinking. I probably, I guess, yeah. I'll probably go with Chun Li. Even though, like, damn, man, that's a hard choice. But yeah, I'll go with Chun Li. I'll go with Chun Li. He said, choose wisely, moving Lord. He said, Chun Li for the win. Chun Li is the his best girl. Yeah. He said, yeah, I didn't say Joy Han on purpose. Yeah, like, yeah, this slick, this dude slick. Yeah, like damn. Yeah, because Joy Han would have been hands down for me and everything. The Foot Queen. But, yeah, it would be Chun Li. It would be Chun Li. Of course, them thighs is like ridiculous, or whatever like that. The legs, you know, I'm a leg guy too, so definitely Chun Li. And believe it or not, as a kid, when I was a kid, I'll tell you something. Another thing, um, Chun Li was my first video game girl crush as a kid. It was Chun Li. And Chun Li was the reason why I loved Asian women too when I was a kid. It was Chun Li. When I played Street Fighter 2 and I first saw Chun Li, and even when I was young, when they had the live action promotions of Chun Li, they always had this pretty like Chinese girl and stuff, woman and stuff like that. It was Chun Li that was my first video game crush. My first video game crush was Chun Li. Like man, and then, but my biggest crush as a boy, and you probably might laugh at it. You probably might laugh at it, but my biggest video game female crush as a little boy, when the PS1 came out, can anybody guess? I'll leave it. I'll tell y'all. I'm gonna ask y'all to guess. Can anybody guess who was my female game character crush as a little boy? I'll give y'all a few seconds. Yeah, can anybody guess who's my biggest female crush after Chun Li? Nope, it's not Tifa. You got two more chances, guys. It's not Tifa because this character's around. This character, I believe this character. Let me see. Let me check. I want to make sure. Let me look at. Okay. And then, I want to make sure I got the timeline right. Yeah, this character came out before Tifa was a thing. All right, if Raph know what it is, don't say nothing, Raph. You said Laura Croft or Regina. Nope, not Regina. Yeah, no, not I'm not a furry guy, so it's not 80 rules. All right. So, my favorite and still one of my favorite female crush, video game crush as a kid, especially as a kid, was Jill Valentine, the live action Jill Valentine from the PS1 Resident Evil. I had a mad crush on Jill Valentine as a little boy, especially the live action Jill. The live action Jill. Let me see. 1 second. Let me see if I can 1 second, guys. Let me all right, let me bring that up. Google. There you go. So, let me just use this one. Let me see. I guess I'll use this. I'll use this backdrop. But this kind of sucks. Wait, hold on. I gotta fix my webcam too. Hold up. So I'm gonna bring up the Oh, I should have the web. I should have the. There we go. We can just use this one. Do I have full screen webcam? No, I don't have the. I'm trying to look for a better. That's webcam Elgato. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. I guess we can just use this. I guess, and put that over top. There we go. Alright, so guess we can go with this. So and evil divine one. Let me see. This one. Intro. First we'll do the intro. We'll do the intro first. We'll do the intro first. I still love this intro, man. I don't care what nobody say. These are to me, when it comes to Resident Evil, these will always be the original cast for me. This will always be the original. This is the original Chris for me. The original Wesker, Barry, all of them. Like, they were forever. This is my childhood right here. I mean, and it seemed like everybody picks Jill too. Yeah, there she is. Oh my god. And then so from the research that I found out about, she was only 17. She was an exchange student in Japan, and they picked her out. Capcom picked her out of the crowd. They just picked her. They just picked her, and they just dressed her up. And most of them that acted in the game, they had no idea that this was going to be for Resident Evil. Most of them didn't have no idea that this was the game that they pioneered. Like, they was like this game became a cult phenomenon. Because they were just actors. They just did their job and moved on. Yeah, Chris is my boy, man. Chris, like, my favorite characters in Resident Evil was Chris and Jill. Chris, that's my nigga, man. Now, fun fact, especially if you guys don't know, the live action actors aren't really talking. They're voiced over dubbed by voice actors, so that's not their real voice. This is the original cast right here, guys. They will forever be the original cast for Resident Evil. And there she is. Now, fun fact. They on this part right here, because it's this channel called Residents of Evil. You can check their channel out. Matter of fact, I'll go to their channel so you can. These guys, all they do is talk about horror games, and more specifically, mostly Resident Evil. They're doing a documentary, or they're doing a video series. They're trying to track down these actors. So far, they found Chris, they found Barry, they found Wesker. They found Rebecca, but Rebecca she didn't want to be interviewed for privacy reasons, I guess. They said they found Jill. They the other guy, the other YouTuber, they said was supposed to interview her, but we haven't heard from that. That was like 4 years ago, so we don't know what happened with that. But they found Jill because that was the thing. People were looking for them because they all went by different. They didn't go by their real names, even in the cast sheet. So you know a lot of the power of autism from 4chan and stuff like that. They found them. They even with those fake aliases, they found them. So they found almost the whole cast. So Jill was the hardest to find. They was trying to track Jill down. How they found her? They found her in a lingerie magazine because, like I said, she was an exchange student, And then after she left, after she got out of high school, she started acting in Japan and started doing all kinds of different things. But somebody found her when she's a little bit older. They found her in her wearing lingerie in a lingerie magazine, and that's how they got her name. And that's how they tracked her down and stuff like that. But they found almost the whole cast. But anyway, this part right here, Chris, the guy who plays Chris, when they interviewed him, they said in this scene right here, they said it was super hot. This is in Japan. This was filmed in Japan. They said it was super hot outside that night. And the reason why she looks like that because they're sweating because it's hot outside. And she's also irritated. She's irritated because she really didn't want to be there because it's so hot. And they said the guy who plays Chris was saying that the mosquitoes was eating her ass up. She was getting bit the fuck up by mosquitoes. So she was like really, really irritated. That's why her face looked like that. She really don't want to be there. He said you should stream the original RE movie. Or yeah, I could do that. I also got to finish Resident Evil Zero on stream. Oh man, I was in love. I was in love with this game, man. This the extended version. And then Brad bitch ass left them on the helicopter. Yeah, this is the extended version. The director's cut. Yeah, man. Like this, and this is my favorite part right here when they introduce the cast. And you gotta understand, guys. Chris Redfield. You gotta understand, guys. Back then, in 1996, this was revolutionary. Resident Evil 1 was fucking revolutionary. We never seen anything like it. Now we had horror games like Alone in the Dark, which I had for the 3DO console, but this was revolutionary. And then what made it crazy? I remember when Resident Evil came out, we all went to the mall. We all got in the car, and we all went to the Franklin Mills Mall, which is called Philadelphia Mills, sadly now. But we all went to Franklin Mills Mall, and it was my father and my uncle and my cousins. We all was going down there to get Resident Evil. We go down to the mall in Northeast Philadelphia, grab Resident Evil, and I remember everybody piled up at the house. We popped in Resident Evil, and we all sat down. We was not expecting this. Like to us, this was like revolutionary. You know, you getting a live action movie in this show, like in a video game. Like this is getting crazy. Technology, like we didn't think technology was gonna get better than this. You know what I'm saying at the time. Chris is a badass. That's my baby right there, Jill. Oh, I was so in love with her. Now Barry Burton, the actor, this guy, he's not really an actor. Guess what? I think he's a college professor or a high school teacher. He's a college professor. Now check this out. This is the funny part. The artist who drew the Resident Evil characters, who drew Barry and Chris and all of them, who drew the cast members, he said that he was walking down the street. The artist who drew Barry, he was walking down the street. Now, this guy who played as Barry, he's a Canadian college professor, but for some reason I can't remember why, he was in Japan that year. He was in Japan. He was just walking down the street, and the artist who drew the character had the booklet with Barry. And when he looked at him and looked at his picture, yo, he looked just like Barry, and he just got him off the street. He's not even an actor. He's a professor that they got off the street in Japan to play this part right here. And perfect. These are my favorite cast members. These are, for me, they will always be the original Resident Evil cast members for me. All right, Captain. All right, Captain Brett. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Chaz. I agree. I agree. So I'm gonna go to the end. Now I'm gonna go to the ending because PS1 endings. This I can't believe I'm sharing this stuff, like my childhood stuff, because I know I know it's cringy. This right here, dude. This right here is a little boy. This here is a little boy, dog. This scene right here, dog. I was in love. I was like, I just wanted to faint because of how beautiful I thought. To me, like I said, it's young. She's beautiful to me, especially as a little boy. This scene right here, when I didn't know she had all that hair. When I seen this, I'm like, I was in love. I almost faint. I almost fainted as a little boy. I almost fainted. I was like, oh my god. But yeah, that's that with that. But yeah, man, like it's just crazy how the series, how far this series had came, you know? Yeah. Yo, what's up, Raku? What's going on? Yeah, man. Like that's the series came a long way. The thing about Resident Evil, man, today Resident Evil doesn't feel like Resident Evil. And I know there's a lot of people when I say that to them, they always get mad at me or they want to argue and fight about it or whatever like that, saying, what are you talking about? Resident Evil is Resident Evil. Like, but to me, man, like these new Resident Evil games don't feel like Resident Evil. They just feel like different IP. Like it like Resident Evil 7 and 8 seriously could have been its own IP. And I believe 7 and 8 was supposed to be a totally different game, but then they decided to slap Resident Evil's name on it. Because those games are completely different. They don't feel like Resident Evil. I love the whole zombie thing. I think they should have stuck with that. I think for me, despite Resident Evil 4 being a good game, to me, I think Resident Evil 4 ruined Final Fantasy. Not Final Fantasy. Ruined Resident Evil. And I believe Resident Evil 4 ruined gaming, modern gaming, moving forward. And what I mean by that is, Resident Evil 4 had pretty much introduced the over the shoulder camera. That's what it introduced. To me, Gears of War and Resident Evil 4 ruined everything. And Halo. Halo gave us the first person shooter epidemic here in the West, where everything is first person shooters. Before Call of Duty actually took off and became a hit, Halo kicked the first person shooter thing off to a whole nother level. And then Resident Evil 4 introduced us to the over-the-shoulder camera shooter type of gameplay. And in every video game after that, which I still hate to this very fucking day, is that every video game to this day is over the shoulder. I can't stand that. I love free camera range. We get full control over your camera. You can see all around the character. And it's not following locked behind the camera's shoulder. I can't stand that. Because over the shoulder, you're also limited to what you can do as far as your viewpoint and how you can dodge, and even to its combat and shooting. Like, I can't stand it. So then Gears of War comes in. Not only was Gears of War over the shoulder, it introduced, I wouldn't say introduced because Winback did it, but Gears of War, where he stepped it up a notch, the cover system. Then you start having a lot of games that was over the shoulder and have a cover system. That's you just constantly running for cover and just shooting and running for cover. You start having a lot of games like that, or whatever. So to me, I think it really ruined a lot of video games after a while. Those franchises had really dictated the gaming industry at that time and stuff like that. And for me, the real Resident Evil for me is Resident Evil 0, 1, 2, 3, Code Veronica, and yeah, of course, the Resident Evil Online games, the Outbreak games. But yeah, those will always be Resident Evil. I stopped I stopped caring about. I stopped that. I really stopped that Code Veronica. That was it for me. Once Resident Evil 4 came out, I didn't bother to buy 4 because it just, even back then, it just didn't look recognizable to me. It didn't. The only reason why I ended up playing and beating Resident Evil 4 was because my girlfriend, you know, my baby mom, well, before she became my baby mom, when I started dating her, she loved horror shit. Like she wasn't a big gamer, but she played video games. But for some reason, she had this obsession for horror games because she loved horror movies. So she would play games like Silent Hill, which I can't stomach that game. That game weird as fuck. I just can't get into Silent Hill. That's a whole nother beast to itself. But my baby mom, she loved Resident Evil. She loved Silent Hill. She played those games a lot, and then she got into BioShock, surprisingly, and she beat BioShock. That caught me by surprise. I was not expecting her to play BioShock, but she played it and beat it. So that was dope. So when it came to, I didn't get Resident Evil 4. My dad got Resident Evil 4. I watched him play it, but I already knew that it wasn't for me. When I seen Resident Evil 4, I'm saying, this is not for me. This is not Resident Evil to me. But it was a good game, but it just wasn't Resident Evil. So then my baby mom said, you know, boo, I want Resident Evil 4. I really want to play that game. I really want to play that game. So I was like, oh shit. And I'm like, damn, all right. So I ended up buying it for her. And she was hooked. She was hooked to that game. And then me and her would play together. She would give me the controller, or if there was a certain scene or a certain part that she had a hard time with, she would give me the controller, then I would play it and stuff like that. But majority of the game, she played herself. She beat the game herself. But every once in a while, I would jump in when there was a segment that she would have a hard time with. It was this one part where this chick lost. My baby mom lost. She used up all her ammo. All I had was a fucking knife. I had one magazine left. And then I had the mine gun. We shoot the mine shooter or whatever it's called or whatever like that. You shoot the mines and it explodes and stuff. And I had like a couple. I had like a couple pieces of ammo of that. That's all I had. And I remember it was this part where you're in this hallway. It's like a bridge and you had those dudes with the mask with the claws and stuff like that. And then you have all these dudes in robes. And it's almost like a shootout that you have to do. And you have to clear that area before you even be able to progress. But she saved the game. It only had one foul, and she saved with no ammo at all. Didn't she had limited ammo. So she gives me the controller. She wanted me to play that part. I'm like, yo, like where's the ammo? You used up all the ammo. So I kept dying, but I eventually got through it just with the knife, and I would save the bullets that I did have and only use it for certain parts. But I got through that segment with the knife until I was able to get to the guy so I can get ammo and stuff. It was just crazy, man. But yeah, she ended up beating the game. But Resident Evil 4 changed everything for the Resident Evil series. And then ever since that, they wanted to go, and that's where Capcom started losing their identity. This is where they started experimenting, because now Call of Duty started to become a thing. Gears of War took off by storm. And then Capcom started seeing those things, and they already had their working formula, but now they started replicating what they seen in the West. And then Resident Evil, especially Resident Evil 5 wasn't bad. I liked the co-op to it. It wasn't bad. Resident Evil 5 wasn't bad. Wasn't too bad. It's some things that I had argued that I didn't like too much, especially with what they did to Jill. Now she got superpowers and all that dumb shit. But when 6 came out, I was like, yo, this is Gears of War at this point in Call of Duty. Like this, what is this? You know, so yeah. And then let's not talk about the CG movies. The CG movies, I don't know what the fuck that is. That shit is stupid. Mm-hmm. Setting you up like she said she's setting you up. Had to James Bond your way through. Yeah, she used up all that ammo and give me the controller. My baby mom, yeah, she did that shit like. That's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, 6, man. I only played a little bit of 5. Didn't care for 6. And then Resident Evil disappeared for a bit. Then it comes back with 7. And they give us like this VR. It's like in first person. You didn't know what it was. And then they finally put Biohazard or Resident Evil 7. I'm like, what the fuck? This is Resident Evil. I said, yo, this is like more like Silent Hill than anything. And I was like, yo, like, all right, what is this? And I started seeing more and more of the gameplay. I said, the game looks good, but like, this is unrecognizable. This is not Resident Evil. Said, please make a video ranting about Silent Hill. Dude, let me tell you something. We didn't play it. I never played the first Silent Hill. I always used to see the box art. My uncle had the first Silent Hill. And I was like, yo, that box looked fucking satanic to me. Like that box as a kid used to freak me out. So I was like, I'm not playing that shit well, like as a kid. So PS2 finally comes out. And this is a funny story. So Silent Hill 2 comes out. And, you know, my dad, he loves Resident Evil. Or whatever like that. And when the PS2 came out, the PS2 had a horrible launch. PS2 had a drought when it came to games. Because when I got my PS2 on Christmas, I had Orphan, Time Splitter, and Unreal Tournament. That was the only 3 games I had for the PS2. There was nothing. I played more PS1 games on my PS2 at the beginning of when it came out. Games were coming out super slow. And after those 3 games, the next actual PS2 exclusive after that was, I believe, the Bouncer, if I can remember. So yeah, so at this time when it came to the PS2, my dad just wanted, we needed some games to play on the PS2, like. So I remember my dad bought Silent Hill 2 because my dad's a Resident Evil fan. So he never played the first Silent Hill. But my dad's older brother, my Uncle Gene, he had Silent Hill 1. So my Uncle Gene was telling my dad that he said, "Yo, man, like Brian, you need to go get that. You need to get into Silent Hills. They pretty good. The first game was good." So when Silent Hill 2 came out, my dad was itching for some more survival horror. He was itching for another Resident Evil like game. So me and my dad, we got into the car. We went to Funko Land because it wasn't GameStop. GameStop wasn't a thing yet. It was Funko Land. So we go to Funko Land, and we get there. My dad gets Silent Hill 2. He buys the game. I'm excited because I'm like, yo, I can't wait to watch my pops, because I wasn't playing it. I was not playing that joint. So I wanted to watch, because that's how I spent time with my dad. Like, my dad would get games too, and even though I got my own system, my own console and stuff, I like to chill with my dad. So I would just sit on the sofa with him and watch him play the game. So we go home, me and my dad excited and stuff, like, yo, I can't wait to watch my pops play it and stuff like that. We get home, he pop in the disc. So, you know, the main character, he gets the letter from his wife, but his wife is dead. So how he got a letter from his wife? So it's like, oh man. And then the most iconic part for us is he was in that nasty ass bathroom. We still, every time if you ever hang around us and we go into a bathroom, we always say this: if it looks nasty, we call it the Silent Hill bathroom. Or if somebody's room looks nasty and disgusting and shit, we call it the Silent Hill room. So that was the first time we seen, like, that bathroom was nasty shit. Me and my dad like, yo, ew, like, why the fuck is he washing his face in that damn sink? He was like, yo, that bathroom was nasty as shit. So after that scene is done, he goes outside and it's all this fog, it's all this mist. And I can't, it was this, you know, it's a creature. It's like it has a lot of flesh. And my dad had this pipe or something like that. He whacked it. When he whacked it, it fell on the ground. When it fell on the ground, it started squirming. It started squirming on the ground. It freaked me and my dad out. Like, yo, what the fuck is that? What? Because remember, guys, this is PS2. This like back then, this is like uncanny. Then we going into like uncanny territory here. You know what I'm saying? So when we saw it, and the thing is, like, Silent Hill has a different type of horror to it. It's a psychological horror. Resident Evil is just horror. It's just flesh eating shit and all this other type of stuff. Silent Hill is a psychological horror, so it fucks with this. So when we seen my dad's hitting it and just squirming across the ground was freaking us out because of how uncanny it looked at the time when it was moving and stuff. It started freaking my dad out and shit like that. And then as my dad started progressing just a little bit, we didn't get that. We only played like 2 hours of the game. My dad said, yo, me and my dad with each other. They said, yo, I can't play this shit. Like, this shit is fucking weird. This shit is fucking crazy. My dad turned it off. He put it back in the box. Had the receipt and took that shit right back to the store. Yeah, it's a weird game. And this is the funny thing. Just last week, I sat down and watched a whole retrospective, like a timeline video that explains about Silent Hill. I enjoyed it. It was like 4 hours long, and I was sick let's see, was it last week? I was sick last week. Those last 3 videos that I had, last week, where my hair was all over the place and everything, I was sick. I got sick. I had the stomach bug, so I sat in bed and watched like timeline videos, and I sat down and watched Silent Hill. It's an interesting story. It's just something, but it's a game that I can't stomach through. So, but yeah, my dad I'm taking this shit back. My dad, he pressed the button that slid that disc out, put it back in the box. He got in the car and he took it back and we got another game instead. I can't remember what game it was though. Let me tell you the time that we was the first to get Onimusha a month before release. How did that happen? How we ended up getting Onimusha? When Onimusha first came out, we was the first to get it. We had got the game a month before it was supposed to drop. How did that happen? Okay. So, in Franklin Mills, right? Like I told you before about Christmas with the Sega Dreamcast, my dad spent about $4,000 on my brothers and all of us, my sister and all of us, on Christmas. Now, when we go to Franklin Mills, we go to Electronic Boutique. That Electronic Boutique treats my dad like royalty, because they know that anytime my dad walks into that store, my mom and dad walks in that store is going to make a shit ton of money, especially during the holidays. And the thing is, every time he goes into the store, my dad buys himself a game, he buys me a game, and he buys Keo a game. Now, DX Strike, he's still a baby at the time, so he wasn't really playing video games like that. And my sister, she played video games, but she wasn't a gamer at the time. So that's 3 games, guaranteed games that store is going to get. But my dad is treated like royalty when it comes to the Electronic Boutique at Franklin Mills, because my dad spends thousands of dollars, and they love my father. If my dad come in, you might say they lay the red carpet out when my dad walk into the store. When my mom and dad, my family's like royalty when we walk in there. So it's a manager named Eli. He runs the entire place, right? So what happened was, you know how you have the display where the games are at, where they have like games you can play on the display. Well, what happens is he's the only one. Eli would allow my dad, whatever new game that was about to come out, he would come in and say, "Hey, Mr. Blackson, won't you you want to try out some of the new games that's coming, that's about to release pretty soon?" They already have the games in the back or whatever like that. They just can't sell it yet until the release date. So what happened was, we get there, and Eli, he comes right out. "Hey, Mr. Blackson, what's going on?" Said, "Yo, come on through. Anything you need?" So my dad looking like, "So yeah, I'm picking up me and both my sons a game or whatever like that." So my dad said, "Yo, sons, we'll pick out what y'all want." So we running around the store. Me and Keo running around the store. So next thing you know, Eli say, "Hey Brian, I want to show you something." So my dad's like, "All right." So they go over to the display, you know, the game thing where you play the game and stuff like that. So he goes over there. He says, "Something I want you to check out." He goes into the back. He goes out in the back and grab a game, pops it into the display, the PS2. turns it on, and he sees a samurai that my dad's playing. I said, "Yo, this game looks crazy." What? So you look at it, it's Onimusha. So my dad is playing it. So Eli's smiling. He's leaning on the game display while my dad's playing the game. My dad is hooked to it. My dad is hooked to Onimusha. So my dad, he's loving the game. So Eli said, you really liking it, huh, Mr. Blackson? My dad said, yeah, man, like this game's awesome. So when this game come out, he said it don't come out until another month. So as my dad's playing it, and then he turned it off or whatever like that. So my dad said, yo, this is an amazing game. Like, yo, I can't wait to play. I can't wait to get this. Like I want to reserve my copy. So he stopped for a minute. He said, so Mr. Blackson, you like it? My dad said, yeah, I like it. So what if I was to say that you can better take this game home today? So my dad said, really? He said, yeah. He said, I'll sell it to you right now. And that's what ended up happening. He went in the back, got his old Onimusha, and we had it a month before release. he said my dad was keeping that story alive. He said, yeah, the speedrun record the day the game dropped. Yeah. So yeah. My dad, yeah. So Eli went in the back, and he got Onimusha, and he sold it to my dad. So my dad went home. Let me tell you how he got the 64 2 weeks before everybody else. Let me tell you how that happened. So Nintendo had just allowed full-on displays of Nintendo 64 to be playable at selected Toys R Us. So what happened was, my dad has Nintendo, we have Next Generation magazine, and we have a lot of game magazines, but Next Generation magazine had this crazy advertisement for Nintendo 64. And Mario 64, look, back then, game magazines was so awesome back then as a kid. I remember going to school with my game magazine and just sitting down, just glued to the paper, glued to the pictures and reading. And I would read the same page, like same article over and over. Just imagine, like, yo, I can't wait to play this game. And Mario 64 was the highlight of Next Generation magazine. They had everything talking about Mario 64. So what happened was Toys R Us down in Philly on Oregon Avenue, on was it 6th in Oregon, or was it Front? Yeah, Front in Oregon. My fault, Front in Oregon. And we get down there, and they had like 50 different setups of Mario 64. Because 64 didn't come out until two weeks from now. So we get in there. Everybody gets in line. So I was like, we in line. I said, man, I can't wait. Me and Keo in line. Dad's in line. And we finally get up to our stations. So my dad's got a station. Keo got a station. I got a station. And it's the first time we touch an analog stick. This is the first time. It felt so weird playing Mario 64 with an analog stick. I used to play, like, pretend this is the 64. Oh, wait, no. Better yet, let me use this. Pretend it's the 64 controller. The analog stick was so weird. So weird to play. You just using my thumb to play on it. So I used to hold the analog stick like this in order to control it on a 64 controller. That's the only way I had control over it. But that 64 controller was so revolutionary at the time because this controller was designed to move characters in the 3D space. So analog stick made sense. It's like, damn, like, this controller is crazy. So we're playing the game, right? So we finally get off the station, and I'm just wild. Because it's the first time I'm hearing Mario make sound effects. And at the time, Mario 64 was so revolutionary. Just seeing Mario jump around, wah, woohoo, yahoo! He doing all this flipping and stuff like that. I'm like, my mind as a kid just like, poof, it just exploded and stuff. So next thing you know, my dad said, "Man, like, damn, I can't wait for this," or whatever like that. So my dad said, "Son, hold up, hold up. I'm gonna see if our boys got it." I said, "Boys." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that place." So my dad, he gets on his cell phone, and you know back then them cell phones is big as shit or whatever like that. He gets on his phone, right? And he said, "Yo," I said, I'm calling to check in. Do y'all got the Nintendo 64?" And they's like, yeah, we got it. He said, we got it right now. You can come on through. We'll hold it for you. We only have two. They only they only shipped us two of them. So you better come on down now. And the only game that is available is Mario 64. Now, Nintendo 64 had it had one of the shittiest launches. It was only, I think it was only two games, Pilot Wings and Mario 64. And those games was only running, was running for a few months. Like 64 had nothing. So we heard me get in the car. My dad is he's racing down there. So we get to South Street. Now it's this place called the Game Gallery. The Game Gallery, this place, and now it doesn't exist no more. GameStop is there now. But Game Gallery, this store was known for breaking street dates. These guys always broke street dates. So my dad called and see if they had Nintendo 64. They had it, but he only had two of them. It only had Mario 64. They didn't have Pilot Wings. Because Pilot Wings, they didn't get a shipment of that yet. So my dad raced down there. Now the thing is, my dad didn't tell us where we were that the 64 was available. He said, yo, let's go. So I'm wondering why we in a rush. We get in the car. We get down there. We start driving. We driving, my dad's speeding down that shit. Now, South Street, you can hardly park on there because South Street is a tourist area. South Street is a one long strip of streets, of stores and markets of different cultures. If you ever come to Philly, I mean, the pandemic killed South Street, but South Street is so big. You have you have like Fast and the Furious cars, like back in the day, people who used to soup up their cars and race. You have people going down there. You have all kinds. You have goths. And then you also have a gayborhood where the street have a rainbow sign. There's nothing but gay people. It's just gay shit everywhere and whatever like that. Gay stores and everything. But it was a diverse strip. Well, Game Gallery is on that strip. So we had to get through all this traffic and we had to park like 6 blocks away from South Street because you couldn't park on South Street. Because if you did, you wasn't getting out of there because it's constant traffic jam. It's constant traffic. So we had to park 6 blocks away and then walk through South Street to get there. So my dad said, come on, sons, let's go. So, we running with our dad and stuff. Next thing you know, we get inside Game Gallery. So when I'm running, I see Game Gallery. I said, oh. So I'm putting two to two together. I said, we got a couple games that before games were actually supposed to release from this place. So now I associate that with breaking release date. So I said, it gotta be the Nintendo 64. As I'm seeing us running to Game Gallery. We get inside, and there it was. He said, oh, yo, Brian, what's up? What's going on? Like, yo, we got it. We held it for you or whatever. We had somebody else getting the other one. We had somebody else getting that got another one. Is getting one. So I was like, my dad said, oh, who was it? So next thing you know, this white woman with her son comes in. And she's like, he says, oh, there she is right there. We turned around. It was the white woman at Toys R Us. She walked over to my dad and said, I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to be nosy or anything. We overheard you talking about that they had you knew a place that had it. I followed you. I followed you and your sons. When she drove and followed our dad's car. And she said, my son really wanted this Nintendo 64. I love it. And we overheard you. I apologize for doing that. And then my dad said, no, it's okay. And that white woman hooked my dad and said, you don't understand. Like, my son really wanted this and this, that, and third. So yeah, so her and her son got the last 64 and stuff like that. So you know what happened? We did. We got straight home and opened that shit up and started playing Mario 64 2 weeks before release. Yeah, she was on the prowl. Yeah, she hugged the fuck out of my dad. She hugged the hell out of him, and then gave him a kiss on the cheek. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, man, that I could like that was nuts. That's how we got the 64 2 weeks before release. Oh, you want to know how I got the original PS3 for only $80? Like 2 weeks after launch. 2 weeks after launch. Let me tell you, cause you remember at the time, Nintendo Wii was coming out, and the PlayStation was coming out. Now remember, the housing bubble, yeah, for $80. I'm gonna tell you why. How I got it for $80. Brand new. Mind you, $80 brand new, the original PS3. So, at the time, this is during the housing market crash, the housing crash, the market bubble, the housing bubble crash, and the economy is really really bad. Which means the PS5 was super expensive. Cause remember back in the day when PS5 launched, that shit was about $600 to $800, because you had two different models based on the hard drive space and stuff like that. And you was walking out the store paying $800 because that's counting the games and everything. So a lot of people couldn't afford, especially the economy was bad. We just had the housing market crash, the bubble. So he said I should do. Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah. So let me tell you how I got it for $80. So I said to myself, I'm not getting my dad says I'm not paying $800, like paying $800 for a PS3. So me and my dad, my brother Keo, and myself got it for $80. So this is what happened. My uncle just got out of jail. My uncle just got out of jail, right? This is my mom's brother. So my uncle just got out of jail. And what happened was, one day my uncle came to the house and he got into an argument with my mom, because that's my mom's younger brother or whatever like that. So, brother and sister argue, but they got into a real bad argument to the point my dad had to get involved and say, yo, you're not going to disrespect my wife. Yeah, it may be a sister, but that's my wife. You're not going to disrespect her or whatever like that. So he got into a real beef with my dad or whatever like that. So what happened was, we didn't see my uncle for a couple weeks after that incident that happened. So what happened was, my uncle came to the house one day, randomly came to the house like a couple weeks after the argument. And like I said, he just got out of jail. So he comes to the house and he's like, he wanted to talk to my dad. He's like, look, man, like, I miss my nephews. I ain't seen my nephews in a while. And, I just want to make things up to you guys, because I want to see my nephews. I want to be around here and stuff like that and everything. So I want to make it up to you or whatever like that. He said, listen, are you guys interested in PS3s? And he was like, all right. He's like, okay, like, what's going on? So my baby mom, she's downstairs. She said, oh, you going like PS3? I was like, yeah. I was like, my uncle gonna try. He said he can get us some PS3s. So I was like, yo, like, how you, like, so what you doing? Like, what do you mean? How can we get these PS3s? He's like, yo. He said, listen, man, I know this white boy. His father owns a Best Buy, but this white boy, he's stealing from his dad. He steals from the Best Buy, and he steals from the Best Buy, and he sells the products off, out the truck. He steals from out the truck, and he sells it on the street. So he's like, listen, I can get you some PS3s. And he said, I'll sell it to y'all for, I'll sell y'all the PS3s $80 a piece. And he said, yo, I want to make it up to you guys, or like that. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, to your wife and stuff like that. And I want to see my nephews and stuff like that. So like, yo, I can get you the PS3s, and I'll sell it to y'all for $80. So I was like, all right. I said, when can this happen? He said, I'm gonna call the white boy up now. He said, yo. I said, all right, I'll be right back. He got he leaves. He go down there. He comes back with the PS3s. My dad got a PS3. Keo had a PS3 and I had a PS3. We all gave him $80. I was like, yo, cause I was going to go without a PS3 for the next 2 years because it was too damn expensive, and I really wanted one because Final Fantasy 13, because of that trailer, I wanted to get Final Fantasy 13, and I just got my job at the time. Remember, I already dropped out of college, and I got my job as a security officer or whatever like that. So I'm just starting to get paid and stuff. I'm like, yo, I can't spend all my money on a PS3 right now. I had the Wii and the Xbox 360, but I didn't have a PS3. So I was not kicking that money out for that at all. But when he came to us and said, yo, I can get you for $80. So yeah, that's how we got it for $80. And now, let me tell you how we got Gears of War 2, BioShock, BioShock, and what was the other game? was it Halo 3? It was one of the other games. We got them for $20 a piece, or whatever like that. What happened was, dude, my family is just something like. So my boy, my nigga Wally, right, they always got to connect with these white boys. So he was like, "Yo, man, I'm taking orders." He said, "Yo, man, like I'm coming through. I'm taking orders." Like, what do you mean you taking orders? So Wally comes through. He's like, "Listen, I know this white boy. I can get you any game you want. Just give me." He said, "Yo, I'm taking orders." He had his pen in his ear, and he like he was taking orders. Like he's at a restaurant. He had a pad. He said, "Yo, I'm taking orders right now." He's like, "Yo, tell me what game y'all want." He said, "Yo, I can get it for y'all, and said I'll sell them to you for like $20." I was like, "He said, y'all knew this white boy. Like, don't ask me questions of how I'm getting this shit. But I know this white boy, and I can he can give me some games and anything and shit like that." So, so he's like, "Yo, so tell me what you want." I was like, "Damn." And Gears of War 2 just came out. I was like, "Yo, can you give me Gears of War 2? He said, "Got you." Or whatever like that. So we just going down listing games and shit like that. This motherfucker left, came back with a bag of games and shit like that. Just $20 a piece for each game. I was like, damn, yo, like yo, dog, like my family, dog, my like on my dad's side. Let me tell you something about my dad's side of the family. My dad's side of the family, they're talkers. They're good talkers, and even my uncle, only one of on my mom's side, which is my uncle that got out of jail. He like that's why he always ends up in jail all the time and stuff, always doing fuck shit. But on my dad's side, my family, they're talkers. They talk good game, and they can talk their way into a lot of stuff. They talk their way into a lot of stuff. And like, I mean, you be looking like, yo, how the fuck did you pull that off? I don't know. I'm just being me. So he said these boys dead ass trapping video games and can't stay with pushing weight. Yeah, dog. Like it's like they can get into anything. Like they can talk their way into anything, dog. They can seriously do that. They can seriously do that, man. So that's why I be dying. Like every time he used to come by and stuff, he always had a new scheme or he always had some new connect. He always had it. Every time he came through, he always had a new watch or he had a new scheme. Always had a new scheme. Always had the latest everything. And I was like, yo, I can't tell you. Can't tell you. I was like, damn. Yup. That was green. Yeah, man. Like, I used to ask, I'm like, yo, like, how you doing? I said, yo, little nigga, stop asking me. Just know that just know I can get it for you. I was like, all right, man, all right. Yeah, just talk. And they were the guys on my side of the family, my cousins, and a lot of the guys in my family. They were good talkers. They were good talkers. And the thing is, I mean, this is some of the thuggest guys. A lot of them were in the streets, but people loved them. Even I was seeing them hang around rich white people that they like. Yo, how the fuck do you end up hanging with them? Like, why is they hanging with you? You a criminal. You a fucking criminal. Like, how's you hanging with these people? And they just love him. And they just love him because he talks. He talks good game. He talks. He's a good talker. And that's how he just gets a lot of stuff. So he got my first. He said I got my. He said because not everybody can use words, so you're quick to fight. See, I got my first PS3. My older got it from a booster on the block. Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, dog. Like, I got a lot of family stories, funny stories and stuff, and everything, man. Like, you would I'll save them for other times. or whatever like that. But my family's just crazy. My family crazy, man. My family really, really crazy. Really, really crazy. It's that business mindset. They were real hustlers. Yeah, it's the business mindset. And I used to ask my uncle like, yo, like how did you do that? Don't worry about it, little nigga. Don't worry about it. So, but I got you. Yeah, man. Yep. And but one thing I respect about my family, they knew they were in, like, especially the men in my family on my dad's side who were into a lot of the street stuff, and they were into the stuff that was no good. One thing they would say, because they knew that we were different, and with my cousins, my older cousins who were out in the street, and the uncles and stuff like the ones that were out in the street, they would always keep us away from the street life. I had my mother and father anyway. My parents wasn't playing that, but they always protected us. They always protected us. Like, yo, man, like, y'all different from us. So, yo, y'all got your head on your shoulders. He's like, yo, we just like, we just stuck in our ways. This is all we know. You know what I'm saying? This is all we want to do. You know what I'm saying? But y'all better than that. So, like, y'all shouldn't be out here. And we was never out there in the streets, and they protected us from that. And when they were dirty, when they had heat on them, or when they were dirty meaning that they had some shit on them, they stayed away from the family. They stayed away from us because they didn't want to bring that drama. They didn't want to bring that heat, and they didn't want to bring any of that to the family. So that's the thing I respect about my family. When it came to it, it was a lot of love and shit like that. Yeah, they was into a lot of that street stuff, but when it came to that stuff, they never bordered around the family. So if I see my cousin, they say, yo, I'm hot right now. So like, yo, just go. So when they said they was hot, you had to stay away from them. Cause that mean they did some shit they wasn't supposed to be doing. And somebody might be after them or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't want us hanging with them because they didn't want us getting caught up by accident and shit like that. So yeah, dude, like my family, man, my family is wild. I have a wild family, and this is how it was. Growing up in my neighborhood and growing up with my family and stuff like that. And I have story, and I'm gonna save those stories for another time, for another stream. But I would like to share those stories because they were funny stories. You know what I'm saying? There's some stories that'll probably make you cry, some stories that probably make you angry and stuff like that. But those are memories and stuff that I'll always remember, and things that I witnessed, and things that my father shared when he was a young man growing up, hanging with his cousins and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, crazy. And it just proves that, you know, that you can change your life. But a lot of them didn't want to change their life because that's the streets is that's all they know. And since the streets is all they know, they don't want to try anything else. He's like, yo, like, this is all I know, and this is my life. I'm doomed to this, you know. So they would just continue to go down. He would continue to go down that. They would continue to go down that path to the day they die and stuff. But they always told us, y'all better not do it. Y'all go get educated and shit like that. So, like I said, I had my mom and dad, so they wasn't playing that. But our family members always told us, like, yo, y'all good. Blacks and kids, y'all different. Like, y'all, like, your mom and dad raising y'all right and stuff like that. Y'all blacks and kids, y'all need to be out here. But one thing I do love about them is if I did get into some street drama that may possibly end up to like actual gun violence, I had super protection because our family come out like crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I never had to worry about, you know, things getting to the point where guns and stuff like that got involved, because we had family members who's about their lives. So they came in and like, yo, you did what? What happened? What? And stuff like that. But most of my family members are women. Like most of my family members are female dominated, because most of the males in our family either passed away, went or in jail, So most of it's my family was a matriarchy. It wasn't a patriarchy. My family was my dad's side of the family was a matriarchy. Most of it was ran by women, because a lot of either the fathers, either the older men died from working, or like I said, the streets got to them, or drugs or whatever like that, you know. So a lot of it, my dad's side was like a super matriarchy or whatever. But that's another thing too. I never had female problems when it came to if a woman was trying to, like, if I got into like a relationship, or it got to the point where she's all getting to the point where she's like, it got violent or whatever like that. I had nothing but female cousins. So if I ever got into something with a female or whatever like that, I just called my cousins. That would solve everything, because my family is deep as shit or whatever like that. So all I do is just call them up. They'll handle it and like that. And then plus, like, my family, they go by the name Smiths. So the Smiths had a big name in my neighborhood. So everybody knew. Let me put it this way: the Smiths are, let's put it in anime context. The Smiths are like the Saiyans. they're battle hungry. Like, they're war hungry. They're battle hungry. Like, they all they know how to do is fight. And then you have the Blacksons. You can see them as what they call them, the Soul Reapers from Bleach or whatever like that. Most of the Blacksons, they were into the church. They was evangelical. They was evangelists. Most Blacksons was evangelists. So the Blackson side, which is my grandfather's side or whatever, they were more like the evangelists and stuff like that. They moved differently. But my grandmother's side, which is the Smiths, where most of the action and stuff come from, my grandmother's side was the Smiths. They were the Saiyans. They'll go to a block. Imagine a block like a planet in Dragon Ball Z. They will go to a block as like an army and destroy that. When there was beef, all of them would show up on that block and destroy that entire block. That's like destroying the planet. Like how Saiyans turned into apes and start destroying shit. Yeah, that's how my family is. The Smiths were like when they show up, you knew shit was going down. Something getting destroyed. When there was beef, when there was a problem and stuff like that. But like I said, the Blacksons, they were more like the evangelicals, the evangelists, church going and stuff like that. But they can throw down too if they have to. But the Smiths, they was like battle guys. So that's why I never had problems, especially when it came to females, or there was no drama ever brought, because all I do is call my female cousins and they was coming. they would come like 80 deep, and like my cousin would say, like yo, I'll call the Go Bots. So you want me to call the Go Bots? Like yeah, but so my older brother was in the streets. He never wanted me into the streets. I was in anime, video games. He was 2. He was the reason I got into video games, anime, and comics. That's dope, man. And that's the funny thing. Like, all like my family members be like hood niggas, but like they were into that stuff, games, anime, and stuff like that. Yeah, man. There's a lot to my family, man. Like, so I'll say that for a whole nother chapter. There'll be a whole nother chapter. I think we'll have some good times telling stories. And sometime I'll have my dad in here. We'll talk about it to you guys, or have my brothers and start talking about stuff. But yeah, man, it was some amazing memories, things I'll always remember. And like I said, it's fun being a father, because I even share those stories with my daughter as well, and I'll be having her cracking up and stuff like that, you know. Yep. Well, that pretty much wraps up this stream. Damn, we pretty much going on 4 hours and everything. This stream will be left on the archives, so you'll be able to go to the the live feature on the tab. So if you want to revisit this stream, you'll be able to see it for yourself and overlook it, or if you want to clip some things or whatever you want to do, it'll be there for you. Hopefully this don't fuck up my channel or whatever like that. I got a good thing running with this video. with my what you call video, the West Hates Women, and it's getting a lot of traction to my channel. I just hope this long stream doesn't cut into the algorithm, like does something to my channel and stuff by keeping the archive on there. But I see that a lot of you guys are passionate about it and like this stream and pretty much want to, revisit it. Yeah, yeah, man. I appreciate it, man. I like I owed it to you guys this stream, man, because I made it. I wanted to do stream because I wanted to thank all you guys, because you guys came through and you guys really showed some love with that video, and my channel's just been growing overnight and everything. And like I said before, I just don't want you new viewers, if there's new viewers here watching now, I just want you guys to lower your expectations as far as content. Cause I know a lot of you guys subscribe because of that video. I just want to let you guys know that my channel is a video game channel. I cover video game reviews, video game news, updates, anti-woke stuff. I don't want y'all guys coming into that. I think that's what end up hurting a lot of channels, because people subscribe because of that one video, and then they end up getting disappointed when the next video is nothing like that video that they were interested in. So I just want to let you guys know. So when you see that video and then you see me talking about Armor Core, or you see me talking about Street Fighter 6, I just don't want you guys to be surprised and stuff, because this is what my channel is. It's a gaming variety channel. I talk about variety things, and I talk about things that catch my interest, and I talk about things that I'm passionate about. That video that was about the West Hate Women, this is affecting my hobby, which is video games. This is something that I need to talk about and I have to talk about. So there's always going to be constant, like the West is always going to constantly going at this point is going to keep making ugly women. So I'm not going to keep constantly making videos about this topic. This video by itself, it speaks for itself. So I never have to go back and talk about that in a whole nother video. I explained that already in this video, so you can always go back and revisit that video. Because there's some people that wanted me to talk about Tanya and Mortal Kombat 1. I was like, I don't want to talk about that again. Like, at this point, I'm beating the dead horse. I'm repeating myself. I made my point in that video, and it applies to everything else. Like, it applies to it, so I don't have to keep talking about it. I said my piece, and now I want to move on to the next major issue. So I just want to let you know one of the videos we are going to talk about. No, two videos. I guess I can tell you about two video topics. One video is going to be Elden Ring and male loneliness. Now I know the title sound weird, and what the hell Elden Ring and male loneliness got to do with it? You want to wait and see how I'll put all of it together, and I'm going to provide some receipts and all this other type of stuff. You'll see how I put it together. And then the other video I'm going to be talking about is, of course, and this may get me killed, but we're going to be talking about BlackRock and the ESG. And how this is also responsible for what we're seeing with the depiction of women and just and the emasculation of men and all this other things that's going on in society. So we're going to cover that. I also do want to talk about the fall of the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I want to talk about the stuff, the wokeness and the stuff that is going on with Disney, and how Disney, a once great empire, has fallen apart because of wokeness. So I will be making videos about that as well, but don't expect these to drop right away. These videos take weeks. I gotta get a lot of B-roll footage. I gotta write a script. I gotta do research, and I gotta have all those things. So that's going to take time. So those of you who came here for that kind of content, it will be coming. It will be on this channel. It just won't be on a consistent basis, because this stuff takes time. The reason why that last video did so well, because I took my time with it. It took me an entire week. It took me a bunch of time. I had to sit down and research. I had to do all that stuff. And when I do this whole Elden Ring and male loneliness video, I had to do a shit ton of research. And then the BlackRock and ESG, I think that's going to be even longer, maybe even longer video, or a video that's going to require more research. I want to research BlackRock itself, and I want to research the ESG itself, and then tie it into the gaming industry and all this other type of stuff. So this is going to take time. So I just want to just keep. I just want you to temper. I just want to temper your expectation for those of you guys who are new. But I would appreciate if you stick around and check out my other content while you wait for the content that you came here for. I would appreciate that because YouTube is still fucking me over as far as notifications. A lot of you guys are still not receiving my notifications. Like, YouTube just don't give a shit. And plus, even the West hates women, even though that's really doing good, only 11% of my subscribers saw the video. The rest is people who's not subscribed to the channel. That also needs to change. I need more. I need to like for me, a good day would be 35% of you guys, because if 35% of you guys are watching my videos who are subscribed to me, then I would have a healthy channel. Because my channel is so like, even though I have a lot of subscribers, they're not active. They either they're not getting notifications or they only come for a particular type of video. So if it's not that particular type of video, then they just don't watch it. So, thanks, ZL. No problem, man. Yeah, so, that's the thing. Like, either my channel, either no one's getting my notifications, or people only subscribe for a particular type of content. So if I'm not making that content, they won't watch the other videos. But if I can at least get 35% of my subscribers to watch my videos on a consistent basis, that's enough. That's a healthy, that for me, and what I'm experiencing, that would be a healthy as fuck channel for me. You know? Is this YouTuber called Think Before You Sleep? I talked with him. Last year, I believe. It was last year I talked with him. I came to him because I wanted him to critique my channel. He said that my channel and the subscriber count that I have enough to be successful on here and actually make a lot of money off of promotions and all kinds of other stuff. I have the channel. I have the format. I have it. So he just told me I need to clean up a lot of things. That's why you notice he told me to get rid of intros in my videos or whatever like that. Remember I used to have these intros and stuff? And he was saying that, a lot of people click off when there's intro, especially if it's too long. So when I looked at my analytics, he wasn't lying. I started looking at my analytics. People would click off when there's the intro. They would stop at the intro and don't watch the video. So I had to change that. There's a lot of things, and I mean, this dude was destroying me, dude. Like when I say his criticism was like crazy, like his criticism was harsh, but it was criticism that I needed. He like the dude gave me some good criticism, and the thing is, like I said, I'm not a person with low self-esteem. I'm like I said, I grew up with a father, so I know how to take criticism. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people would say Think Before You Sleep is an asshole sometimes, or whatever, because of what and because of how he criticized things and stuff like that. But the way he criticized in his videos, he criticized the fuck out of my channel. But it helped me, and he told me to come back when my channel reached a certain amount, so he can come back and review it to see if I changed my behavior when it comes to how I produce content and stuff. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, I really appreciate that. So yeah, so intros are not needed. I miss the intros. I really love my intros. Every once in a while, I'll sneak them in there. Every once in a while, but we live in a society where everybody has a low retention span. Like people want to get straight to the point. You know? So that's what people. So people, when people see intros, people will click off of the video. So I have to fix that. Another problem too with my videos is people only not even half. They get close to halfway through it and just turn the video off. So I have to fix what I'm doing to keep people to stay on my video. A lot of you guys are not watching it. Like YouTube, like my analytics is snitching on a lot of you guys. A lot of you is snitching on a lot of you guys. A lot of you guys are not really watching my video all the way through. A lot of you guys will get to a certain point and then there's a massive drop off. A lot of you don't even make it to the end of the video. So I have to fix that to try to figure out how I can keep y'all retention and keep my audience retention to at least, because the good thing, if I get halfway, because that's what messed me up in the algorithm. It's based on retention span. If everybody at least get half through to the video, YouTube is going to recommend it because that's a long retention span to at least get through half of it. If you get through more than half, that's even better. But most of you's not even getting through half the video. Yeah, I can see all that. I can see when somebody, it tells me when people leave at a certain point and come back at a certain point, or don't come back at all. It lets me know what my viewers are doing and stuff like that. And a lot of you guys are not watching my videos all the way through, or whatever like that. So, I'm not blaming you guys. It's obviously that I have to fix the way I produce my content. The video that I recently did, the West Hates Women, that's the first time that the retention span was pretty much more than halfway through. A lot of people pretty much watched almost the entire video. So people enjoyed it because one is the topic, but a lot of people in the comment section said that it was very resourceful. That people now are using my video as a way to use as a counter argument against other people, and people who are confused about Gamergate, people are sharing this video to share the using my videos to break down what Gamergate is and stuff like that. So the common thing that I've seen as far as the comments are concerned about that video is that people liked how well researched and edited the video is. So it goes to show that essay videos and how well researched, people want to see me do more research videos, more essay videos. I will do that. That will come to this channel. And it won't just be anti-woke stuff. My other essay video that I did is doing pretty good, which I'll show you guys. Yeah, there's a couple things I want to, I do want to show you guys a couple of things before we head out. Maybe that you may be, interested in, on the channel or whatever. Hold up, I'm trying to find. All right, let me go back. Turn this back on before I close out. Maybe I can. All right, so I have another essay video, which did pretty good, and it's still climbing. People are still commenting. So if you guys are new to the channel and you love my essay videos where I'm actually like breaking stuff down or talking about certain things, and like a documentary or whatever, like that you into this right here, this did pretty good. Will the Marvel vs. Capcom series ever make a return? And this video right here is pretty much doing a breakdown of Marvel vs. Capcom, like the history of it and everything, and how it became the juggernaut that it is, and also how it ended up getting screwed over and stuff. So if you into my long form videos, you can go here. You can check out that video. If you're into long form content, you can definitely check that out. Remember, it's called Will the Marvel vs. Capcom. You can type in Marvel vs. Capcom in the search box on my video on my channel. So if you into the long form stuff, you can check that out. Another thing too, as a content creator, that also frustrates me is that it seems as though that most of the videos that gets also a lot of views is when I'm negative about something, like something that I don't like. If there's something about a game I don't like, and I voice my opinion about it, it seems like people likes negativity, and I don't want my channel to be a channel of negativity. I really don't. But the state of gaming right now really pisses me off. So I am going to complain about certain things and be upset about certain things, or whatever like that. But it appears that negative content always does awesome. It always does, and it sucks because I don't want to always be negative. I always don't want to talk about anti-woke stuff all the time. I just want to have fun, talk about games, and share my passion and stuff. But it does get frustrating as a content creator that the only time my video gets attention is when I'm being negative, and I don't want to always be negative. And the thing is, I'm not being negative on purpose. I'm not fishing. I'm not how can I say it? I'm not doing it. I'm not fishing for clicks. This it like if I'm being negative about something, I'm talking about it because I'm passionate about it. So I'm not going on the internet looking for what I can be pissed off about. If there's a particular game that I like and it's not going the way that I want, that I like, or they did something shitty to it, I'm going to voice my opinion about it. Because I had in the comment section, where I have more people that agree with me, but most of the people that disagree with me kept saying that I'm grifting, or I'm trying to I'm fishing for clicks, and that this is fake outrage and this, that, the other. No, it's not fake outrage. I mean everything that I say. I'm not doing this just to get attention. Like no, I really don't like what they doing to this game. You know what I'm saying? So I want to be able to talk positive, because I do want to talk positive about a game, about games that I do like. You know what I'm saying? But it seems like those don't get the attention compared to the negative. You know? So that's pretty much that when it comes to that. Yeah, so nobody wants to be negative. The game community put more very similar. Keep it positive. I've seen channels talking about horror, sci-fi, and started catering only to negative videos. Yeah, and that's the thing about content creators. See, the thing is, I see why content creators do that. Is because people made YouTube their life, and they have to make a living. So you see a lot more clickbaiting. You'll start seeing a lot more negative or drama focused things, because that's what brings them money. Now you see my room and the things that I've earned. None of this came from YouTube. This came from my other business ventures that I've done and that I'm continuing to do, and especially my 3D hentai. My 3D hentai is making me a shit ton of money. So I've done this without YouTube. So that's why that's why I'm more of not being a slave to the algorithm, or being a slave to being a content creator by constantly putting content out. Because there's some content creators that gets on my fucking nerves, where I'm like, seriously, dude, like does this really need a video? They're taking like something that's 2 minutes long and they stretch it to 10 minutes. So now they just repeating themselves over and over again so they can meet that 10-minute mark. And then yeah, I make hentai. ZL. Yeah. I hire voice actresses, voice actors. I also do voices as well in my work and stuff. And yeah, this is the reason. And there's this poster right here. You see this poster? That's my That's two of my girls right here. Haley and Tammy. I made them and stuff like that. So that's them right there. And this is my comic books at the characters and stuff at the top and stuff. Yeah, so I'm not a slave to that stuff, but there's a lot of content creators out there who just make content for the fuck of it. They just make it because they need the revenue stream, and those irritate me. I end up unsubscribing because I'm like, dude, like this now you just clickbaiting. Now you clickbaiting hard. Like you clickbaiting too fucking hard at this point. Or this video, how is this even a 12-minute video? This is a 2-minute video at least at tops 2 minutes. Why is this 12 to 20 minutes? You know what I'm saying? So it's getting really bad. And just like the journals and stuff like that, and how they became corrupted and stuff like that, and everybody's looking to the independent content creator and YouTubers and stuff, but YouTubers starting to be just as bad now, man, because now YouTube people turned into a career, turned into a job, and now you're starting to see a lot of YouTubers fucking shilling for a lot of these companies. And they're not really giving their honest. They're not really being honest with their viewers and stuff. They overhyping products and games and stuff, and then the game end up being trash and everything like that. And they only overhyping it because they want to have access to be flowing down to these game studios so they can have access because it brings them more content and stuff like that. And I don't even watch a lot of content creators like I used to because it's so much shilling going on and so much dishonesty and so much fake hype, and that's what's driving me nuts. Like when you look at these reaction videos, there's so many people that's making these fake ass hype reaction videos to the point it just irritates the fuck out of me and stuff. Like, dude, you're overselling this. You're not really that hype, you know. So, that's why with me, you don't see a lot of reaction videos. You really don't. That's why I don't even do reaction videos unless they're really live. Every once in a while, I'll do one that if I'm not doing a live stream. But most of the time, you catch my reactions when I'm doing a live stream with you guys, because like for instance, the Star Ocean and the Mario. You guys knew right there how legit my reaction was. Like I was having I almost had a fucking heart attack, like with excitement or whatever like that, because these were things I was not even expecting. You know, especially the content creators. You know how they get hyped. They get hyped and they keep looking into the camera as like just like you can tell, like they faking and shit, like they overdoing it. Where they getting hyped and they keep looking into the camera to see if you noticing them and shit like that. Like it shit just irks the hell out of me or whatever. But yeah, that's how that goes, man. That's how that goes. But look at this. Ben was supposed to leave at 4:00. It's about to hit 4:30 pretty soon. Like damn, I'll talk for another 20 minutes or whatever. But said you thought of trying TikTok? Nah, I'm not Key. I'm probably gonna leave that alone. I'm I'm already swamped enough. Like I'll try to do shorts. I'm gonna try to do shorts as well. I'm gonna take the West Hates Women video and I'm gonna make that into a short and to bite size or whatever like that, and see what that does for me as well. Yeah. Whew. All right. Unless you like, the pizza is cold. Yeah, I'm about to finish this pizza when I get off the stream, and my eyes is getting red. I'm tired. I didn't take my nap today. I was supposed to like as you get older, guys, man. Like I didn't understand. When I used to see my uncles, like my younger uncles, like I used to hang out with them and play with them, and then I noticed as they started getting older, you know, and they used to come over to the house or like that, like especially my Uncle Eddie, my mom's little brother, who's my uncle, or like that. He's like what 15 years older than me, but that's like he's my favorite uncle on my mom's side. Like he always played video games with us and stuff, and I used to love when my Uncle Eddie used to come around. But as he started getting older, especially when he got older, he started, you know, as he get older, he started dating and stuff. I start seeing my uncle less because now he's chasing girls now. At that time, and then when he did come around, as he got older, man, he used to take a lot of naps. He used to come to the house to see us, and then he used to sleep on the couch, and my mom used to slap him and stuff like that, or like that, like yo, get off my couch, or like that. You always come around here to sleep all the time, and stuff like that. But I always just be confused, like yo, why he's always sleeping all the time. And I started noticing when I started seeing a lot of adults sleeping, and now I'm 36 years old. You know, I'm an older man now, and sleep is important, man. Like like I said, my eyes is like it's trying to shut. I can't keep them up. I'm tired because I didn't get my sleep today. I made it a thing to where I have to at least take a nap during the day. At least get that nap in, then I have the energy and the drive to move throughout the rest of the day or whatever. But today I didn't have that time. I didn't have that chance because I've been busy doing a few things and stuff like that. So now I understand. I'm thinking about my Uncle Eddie, and now I'm an older man and I'm seeing that sleep is fucking important. Like you need to sleep. Like in order for me to do this YouTube and do the 3D hentai stuff and my comic book stuff, I gotta get that sleep, because if I don't sleep, then like how can your brain's not working at full capacity. You start to forget things and stuff. So I have to practice. I have to get into the habit of going to take those naps, and also go to bed on time or whatever like that. I need to get into that habit, because also not getting enough sleep also affects your blood pressure. I have high blood pressure, and I'm taking medication, so it's helping. So I'm doing fine. So you don't worry about me. But I'm doing fine. But that was also, I was wondering why I'm getting splitting headaches at the time. I was getting splitting headaches was because I wasn't getting enough sleep. Because, dude, I learned that successful people don't sleep, or they get a little bit of sleep, and they're not lying. Like, I'm always working hard. I'm always thinking about the next move. What's the next move I'm going to make? My day starts 4:30 in the morning. So I'm supposed to be in bed right now, but I've been so busy. But I got into the habit. You have to create a pattern for yourself, guys. You have to create good, healthy patterns. And now, my bedtime normally is 10 o'clock. That's how I set it for that, because now I get up 4:30 in the morning. When I get up 4:30 in the morning, I go to the gym. I work out. I've been loving the gym. I've been loving my body. I've been taking pictures, seeing the development. I'm getting, my abs are coming in and stuff. That's always been. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to show you guys too before is this life advice I wanted to give you before I go to bed. Like, God always say, you don't, like, even if you don't believe in the Bible or whatever, but me being a Christian and everything, I'm always going to speak the word. God always said, put your, how you explained it was, put your vision on a stone tablet or whatever. He always explained that, meaning that you put your vision down on paper. Like, a man without a vision doesn't have anything. You know what I'm saying? So as a man, and that's what anybody, not man or woman, but I'm talking to you guys. As a man, you need to see your vision, but in order to see your vision, you have to write it down, and you constantly look at it. So I thought this was silly at first, but I grew to like it. And what I'm talking about here is a vision board. I get up at 4:30 in the morning, and before I start my day, I look at my vision board. The vision board is things that I want to achieve, and I look at it every day, and it reminds me, and it also reminds me to constantly keep working. And I'm doing everything to reach this goal or whatever. So I'm gonna show you my vision board. This is my vision board right here. Right here I have my, let me see, let me pick, what's the other, where is it? Is it this? Or was it this? Yeah, let me go back to this. So, my vision board right here. This is my vision board. My vision board, I want to have a well-fit body. Now, the shapes, the bigger the shape is the priority I want in my life when it comes to these goals. So, I want a nice body. Look, it don't have to be this jacked, but I want to have a fit body. You know what I'm saying? And I'm working towards it, and I'm liking how I'm looking. I'm looking every day, man. I'm seeing my abs. You know what I'm saying? I'm seeing my chest forming. I'm seeing my arms getting really like developed and getting chiseled up and stuff. So I want the body. I want a well fit body. And then up here, Phoenix Orion Comics, and I want a game studio. This is my dream. I wake up every morning and say, man, I imagine myself waking up every morning, you know, going to the gym, going for my walks, and then heading into the office, and I see all my employees. Everybody's working. You know what I'm saying? And I'm taking business calls and stuff, and coming up with projects with my team and stuff like that. So I this is my vision. This is what I see. And then I want an amazing home, man. This is something that I want. I want an amazing home that I really want. Something my daughter can also run around in, and she has her own room, a big room and stuff like that. Then I have my man, a super big man cave and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And then of course I have my nice car or whatever. And I'm not, I like as far as cars are concerned, I haven't thought about a particular car yet, because cars, I have a car, but cars is not getting a nice car at right now in my life is not important, because I have to work hard to get a nice car. So I got a car that gets me from point A to point B, and that's fine enough for me. But I do want a nice car. And last on my list is the smallest one. Is just, I just want to have a nice, beautiful woman and stuff like that. You know, I'm dating women and stuff like that, but I I want to have a woman who's not only just beautiful, but she's also fun to be around. You know what I'm saying? Like dating suck. I've been dating, talking to women, hanging out with women. You know, and it's more like I want more than just sex. Like the thing is, if a woman isn't interesting and stuff, after a while, sex doesn't mean anything or like that. And it seemed like a lot of women, especially with the social media era and stuff like that, and you meet them, and I've been, I meet with them, connect with them, and a lot of them are not interesting. They can't, a lot of them can't hold conversations and stuff, because her whole life, everybody's just telling her how awesome she is or how beautiful she is. So she doesn't have to have a personality. She's getting rewarded and praised for just existing and stuff. So when she meets a person like me who has a lot going on, who has a lot to talk about, she really can't really add nothing to me or to my discussion. Like, to have a woman, she has to add to you, not be a hindrance or bring you down or be a burden to you. She's supposed to add to you and stuff like that. So that's why, as far as a woman's concerned, she's the lowest on my priority, because she comes with the package when I have everything else. When you're successful and you achieving things and stuff, women is a byproduct of that. Like, you're going to start having women swarming all over you and stuff. And like I said before, me's even right now talking to different women and hooking up and meeting different women and stuff like that. Right now, it's just not satisfying. It's like I haven't found, like, okay, this is the woman that I want to be with. This is the woman that I really, really enjoy. And I don't bring none of them around my daughter. None of them. And like until like she has to be, like, I'm very protective of my daughter. I don't just bring random women. My daughter doesn't know anything about my love life. I keep my love life away from her or whatever like that, because she doesn't need to know anything about that unless this woman is actually going to be my girlfriend, and I'm planning to have a future with her to be an eventual wife or something like that. Because I don't want my daughter seeing me bring in a bunch of different women. My daughter doesn't need to see some shit like that, because that does something to a child as well. This is what these young men are going through with their mothers. Every time that young man turns around, mom is with a new man. Mom got a new man in the house, and he builds a relationship with that man, and then that man disappeared, and then she got another man and stuff like that. So that also, and then if she's constantly like disrespecting herself, make her like horn around and stuff, that young man gets frustrated. And because society teach men to respect your mother no matter what, because she birthed you and you have to respect her, you know what I'm saying? He won't take that anger and resentment out on her, because he's constantly seeing his mom devalue herself, disrespect herself, and she doesn't. And then if she doesn't have any respect for the men that she's dealing with, he also sees that too. So now he has a lot of resentment against his mother, but since he loves his mother and he's taught not to lash out and disrespect his mom, what he does is, when he goes out into the real world and meets and interact with a woman and has a girlfriend or whatever the case may be, he takes all that anger out on her because of all the shit that he has built up from the experiences from his single mom. So he goes out there, and then those girls suffer for it or whatever. Same thing with girls with daddy issues. When daddy's not around, and she's running around looking for that attention. She's looking for that validation. That's why a lot of these chicks are running to social media. She's on her cell phone constantly every 5 minutes. She's constantly wanting to be told how awesome she is, how beautiful. She always wanted to keep getting that validation, that reminder. She pretends that she doesn't like it constantly, but she feels good. It gives her that ego boost, but it also gives her a false sense of reality, because then she starts building the echo chamber of yes men. People who's always agreeing with her, even when she's saying dumb shit out of her mouth, people's always defending her and agreeing with her. So then when she goes out into the real world and meets a guy and dates a guy, and since she's so used to people telling her how awesome she is, when she goes out in the real world, she's not being treated as that awesome girl that everybody's telling her that she is. But then she doesn't reflect on it, because when that guy meets her, it's like, yo, she's actually a bitch. She's annoying as fuck. Like she's just yapping at the mouth of like that. She has no respect. She has none of this, that, and the other. She sounds goofy as hell. So then when she's sounding goofy as hell, or she sounds like and she's just a bitch or whatever like that, it turns those dudes off. So what those dudes do is, she's no longer in the girlfriend category. Now she's in the fuck category. She's just some girl I'm gonna just fuck, and that's it. Because like I can't see myself being around her or whatever like that. But so many guys are telling her how awesome she is because these dudes want to sleep with her. So these dudes simp for her. They tell her what she want to hear. They agree with her and everything because they think that's going to get them in through the door to be with her. So everybody, and then the females, because female empowerment, women are encouraging fuckery behavior within each other and stuff like that. Even when she's wrong, other women are co-signing on this stuff. So that's another thing that women are pretty much destroying themselves when it comes to relationships. So she goes out there with this false sense of reality when she goes out on these dates or whatever like that. Because I remember this one chick. She was also a model, and me and her was talking at one point or whatever, and we was going to plan out, when we going to do the date and all that type of stuff. But on her page, she has nothing but beta orbiters and simps, and she just talked down to them or like that, or she ignored their messages and all this other type of stuff. So when me and her really started getting really serious and stuff or whatever. So now I'm into her or whatever like that. So now we're getting to talking, and now that I'm showing interest in her, she started trying to treat me like I'm some fucking simp. She started talking to me like I'm one of those dudes. When she started getting that attitude, I just ghost. I'm not fucking with that or whatever like that. I refuse for you to treat me that way. Or try to talk to me in no kind of way. One, I'm gonna put you in your place, but you able to switch up that fast. Like you're you unstable, and I don't want that type of energy in my life. And how she knew she fucked up, because after we had the conversation, I stopped replying to her her messages, her calls and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, fuck her. Oh well, I don't got time for that shit. And how she knew she fucked up. Because then after that, I didn't block her because I don't block none of the chicks that I interact with like that. I always keep it open because these chicks, they like to see with the guys that they like or what they used to date to see how they're doing. And I always want them to see how my life is always going to excel even without you. So I never block the chicks that I deal with or whatever. But anyway, she made this post and she said, damn, like, I really fucked up this time. She said, I really fucked up this time. Like, I really chased away the guy that really liked me or whatever, liked me for who I am and stuff. I just fucked up and missed out on an amazing guy. She knew she fucked up. She said, I missed out on an amazing guy for being a bitch, and I just keep doing it, and I can't stop it. She can't stop it because she's always being told every day how fucking amazing she is. She's always being worshipped and put on a pedestal. So she don't know how to turn it off. So when she go out into the real world, she's treating everybody like they her fans. She's treating everybody like they her simps and her beta orbiters. She don't know how to turn that off. So when she meets a guy who is interesting and stuff, she don't know how to respect him, or she tries to kick him or train him to be one of her simps. And when there is a guy who's like, no, fuck that, I have respect for myself. I'm not allowing you to treat me that way. I'm out of here. I will walk away before I allow you to treat me this way. So yeah, when she made that post, she said, yo, I missed out. Like, I know I fucked up, and it's a shame that I end up missing out on an amazing guy just because I wanted to be a bitch. And she knew it. She knew it. She fucking knew it. She knew that, like, when she realized that I stopped responding to her, she knew where she fucked up at. I said, I'm not gonna let you talk to me that way. You know? So, like that's where the fuck up is going on at. That's where it's going on. That's why dudes is rather play their PS5s and play their video games than to be around a chick. That's why dudes are walking away from relationships and don't want to be in a relationship and rather just jack off the porn. They rather jack off to a fake chick than a real chick than to be around a real chick. That's how you know it's bad. Like the last chick that I was with, she drove me up a wall so bad where I said, I don't even care about the pussy. I don't even want to sleep with you no more. I just want to get away from you. Like, you driving me up a wall. Like, I have high blood pressure. Like, my health is more important. Like, I'm not going to sit there and have a stroke and a heart attack because you want to be a bitch. I don't got time for that. I'm not arguing with you. I learned one thing when it, like in like being in relationships and or whatever type of relationship that you have with a woman, man. Don't argue with them, man. I learned that. I'm learning that more and more. Just don't argue with them. You say your piece, and then you move on. If she want to fight and argue, let her argue with herself. Because after a while, she'll come back around, think about it, and say, damn, I was being a bitch. Let me go and apologize to him and shit like that. I'm not arguing with you. And if you continue to be stupid, then I'm out of here altogether. I'm 36 years old. I got a child. I got a 14-year-old daughter. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't got time for that shit. I really don't. So if you can't get your shit together with like that, I don't got time for it. I don't. I really don't. And that's the problem right now when it comes to me when I'm like out there in the dating field and being with women and stuff right now. Is like it's a pain in the ass. It really is really a pain. It's really a pain in the ass. And after being with my baby mom, man, I put so much on pause. You gotta understand. I probably would have been one of the biggest YouTubers on this platform if I didn't put away my dreams and slow down my goals, dog. Those of you who are new to my channel, you gotta if those of you who've been a subscriber of mine in the past, you gotta remember what my channel was like a long time ago. Every video I dropped was getting like 3,000 to 5,000 views. Every video I was dropping, it was getting 1,000 and above. Every video I drop, every video I drop was a banger because I had a healthy channel, active channel, and Mugen TV. I was the first in the Mugen community to do the green screen, to do a TV show revolved around the Mugen hobby, and I was getting so much subscribers. I was just getting subscribers on top of subscribers on top of subscribers and everything. And soon I get a fucking girlfriend. All that shit stops. Because now it's me trying to cater to her. It's me trying to make her happy. And like I said, I was blue pill at the time. Because as a young man, you taught that, you know, you want not to hurt your woman's feelings or hurt a female's feelings and to respect them, take care of them, and protect them, and provide, and all this other type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I meet this chick, and it just, I end up meeting reality and shit like that. You know? I started meeting like, yo, like, every time I'm showing her respect, I'm just getting, like, I'm getting shitted on. Like, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. Why I'm getting shitted on? And then, like I said, eventually, I started wising up. Because I remember I went to my grandmother's house, and I was talking to her, and this one woke me up. It was my grandmother that woke me up. Like I told you, my grandmother was like the Oracle from the Matrix. Because, like, my grandma was always cooking in the kitchen. And she was an evangelist, too. She used to preach and everything. She passed away a long time back in 2014 or whatever. But and my grandmother always called me Moses. She said I was going to be the one to lead my family to the promised land, because my family, our family is like, I wouldn't say cursed, but our family we're too smart for our good, where we so smart to the point we sabotage ourselves and we never excel and make it to our full potential. We end up dying, or we end up getting into drugs and messing up our lives and stuff like that. But we had so much potential and we squandered it. But my grandmother always called me Moses and said I was going to lead the family to the promised land. She called me she still, before she passed away, she always used to say when I was young, she said to my father, that's the $1 million man right there. It's him. He's the chosen one. My grandmother called me the chosen one. She always said it. She said, I don't know what it's going to be, but God told me this. That boy right there, that's the one right there. He's the one right there. My grandma kept saying it. So I always used to go to my grandmother and I always get her blessings and stuff like that. And She woke me up when it came to my girlfriend. At the time, um, I used to talk to my grandmother and stuff like that, and she used to ask me questions about my girlfriend or whatever like that. And it got to the point where she said, "Have you ever questioned anything she tells you?" I said, "No, like." Cause I was, like I said, she was my first girlfriend at the time too, and I was like I lost my virginity to her and everything, my baby mom and everything. So my nose is open, wide the fuck open. You know what I'm saying? So I said to myself like, I said no, like I never questioned her because like why would she lie to me? I mean we love each other, like I'm always honest with her. Like no, I don't like why? Like why should I? Like and then my grandma looked at me and she said, I remember it. She squinted her eyes and looked at me. She said, "Boy, you a damn fool." She called me a fool. And my grandma called me a fool. It's the first time my grandmother, because my grandma loves me, she never called me that before. She called me a fool. And when I started relaying certain things that my baby mom was telling me to my grandmother, and my grandmother told me to repeat it to myself, and I started thinking about certain things and shit. And I was like, yo, that shit don't add up. Or whatever. But I was so blinded. You know what I'm saying? And then what confirmed the type of woman she was is when I came home and then she started talking to me about certain things, or when I brought back up certain topics and I started questioning her, she started getting angry. Then she started yelling at me and stuff like that. She started getting irritated at me. She started gaslighting me and stuff like that. When I started questioning certain things, that's what it scared me, because I never seen her that way before. She turned into a whole totally different woman when I started questioning her shit. Started questioning her. And that's what woke me up. That's when I started putting my foot down. This is where I said, no, fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna allow you to take advantage of me now and shit like that. So at that point, man, it was already too late. And then, like I said, after we broke up and I took custody of my daughter and stuff like that, and when she realized that she made a mistake, when she started going out there and she started going out there dating other dudes and stuff like that, she tried to make me jealous. She started dating other dudes, but every dude she met would beat the shit out of her, would cheat on her. Some of the dudes that she met, she ended up finding out that these dudes were married and had a family somewhere else. She was going from one abusive relationship to the other, but she also, because she had daddy issues, she was used to it. She was used to toxic relationships. The thing when we broke up, and I remember what she said to me. She said, "I want to apologize to you from all of the harm and all the pain that I caused you." And this is the first time a woman was ever honest to me. My baby mom. She said to me that I hurted you was because I hated you. I was jealous of you. You had your mother. You have your father. I don't even have a relationship with my father. I don't get along with my mother or my brothers. And every time I turn around and I look at you and I look at how your family loves you, I look how everybody around you just show you love. But I never got any of that love or whatever. So I wanted to break that. She told me this. Like, she literally told me this. It started pissing me off. But I sat down and let her talk. And she told me that all the issues she went through in her life, she wanted to just break me. And she said the confidence that I had, she didn't have that confidence. She wanted that. She wanted to steal that confidence from me. She thought that breaking me down was going to give that to her. She was a succubus. She was sucking everything from me and shit. Like she said, and it hurt me to see you so down. She said, when I first met you, you were so upbeat. Your walk, your stroll. She's like I was attracted to you because the way you walk, you was confident and sure of yourself. You walk with a stroll, and and everything. And she said, I noticed when I broke you down, I noticed you start walking with your head down. You started walking. You started walking with no confidence anymore. Yeah, Poyo. I'm talking about my baby mom. This is what my baby mom told me when we broke up and stuff. And when she used to come around and see her daughter or whatever, and she told me, she's like, yo, like, it when I saw you broken down like that, it kept reminding me of where I fuck up at, where she was fucking up at, and she said, like, I wanted to run away from that and everything, And she said, now that I noticed that now we're not together, you're starting to become your, which what I liked about you again. So I'm noticing your confidence. I'm knowing you so you sure of yourself and everything. And she said, now I know that it made me realize even more that I'm not good for you or whatever, or what and stuff like that. And man, and she hated me so much because after like she was happy that I dropped out of school the first time around, because my grades started slipping because I was going through so much with her, and I made her my priority. I started not uploading Mugen videos. Like I fucked everything up. And things I'm taking accountability. I allowed her to do that to me. And as a man, fellas, as a man, take accountability. So yeah, she did those things to me, but I allowed her to do those things to me. And my channel my channel just died. It died, man. I allowed my channel to die. Dude, I didn't upload for 2 years. Because I was I was going through so much shit with her or whatever like that, you know? So I started learning everything, just dealing with her and at that time and stuff. But yeah, she said, yeah, she told me she was happy that I dropped out of college at the time or whatever. She was happy. And then the thing is, she left me at the lowest point of my life. She left me at the time my dad got shot. And while my dad got shot or whatever, I was the man of the house while my dad was out of commission for a bit. So not only that, I was working a dead end job as a security guard. I have to raise my daughter, and I have a woman that I'm constantly fighting with every 5 minutes or whatever like that. That she just doesn't want to get it together or whatever. So at this point, as soon as my dad got shot, she bounced. She left me at the lowest point of my life. She left me at the lowest point of my life. That's why now, like, I like if a woman come in my life and she wants to roll with me, cool. But at this point, I don't need her. That's why, like, with women, that's why I have so much, I guess, so many women that I interact with, like, when it comes to, like, sex, or it comes to having some type of friends with benefit, or just a relationship or of some sort. A lot of them don't want to let me go or whatever like that. It's because I had this attitude of, and you have to learn this too, fellas, you have to have the attitude is that my life still continues with or without you. You can't allow a woman to think that you need her in your life in order to be complete or be whole and stuff like that. So that's why I have this attitude. Like, I feel sorry for whatever woman come in my life, because guess what? I would never give up my dreams or my goals ever again for a woman. Any woman that meets me, guess what? My work, my comic book, my daughter, all this is always going to come before her. I would give her up to keep this. I would never give any of that shit up. I gave up everything for her. I gave up everything. And she left me at the lowest fucking point of my life. She left me at the lowest point. She left me when my father was shot, and I was the man. I had to be the man of the house. Why? Until he recovered. She left, and guess what? All our girlfriends, Keo girlfriend, left him. Keo girlfriend left him at his lowest point. They all left us around the time my dad got shot. And it's the thing. With Keo was even more fucked up because my brother had a stable relationship compared to my relationship. She was a 12th grader. My brother, her family wasn't supporting her. This Cambodian chick my brother was dating. All our girlfriends was living with us. All of our girlfriends had daddy issues, had broken families. My family took care of them. We took care of our girlfriends. They all lived with us. All of our women, they went on all our family trips. The vacations, everything we did, all our girlfriends did everything with us. They lived at our house. We did everything with them. My father was a father to them. My mother was a mother to them. They all walked off on us. At the lowest point of our life. My brother Keo Lancer, I think it's the worst because he had the most stable relationship out of all of us. Like I didn't see it coming. Like she graduated from high school. Her parents wasn't supporting her. She needed books for college. Her parents couldn't even afford the books for her to go to college. My brother worked a job worked double shifts to help her get. He paid for all her college books. He paid for everything. He bought her a cell phone. He bought her everything. She went right to that fucking college and then broke up with him. Took his money and everything, and they still expected him to pay the cell phone bill. Pay the cell phone bill. That's so that so you can't tell me shit. You can't tell me shit. Oh, my little brother, his girlfriend ended up getting pregnant by her ex, by her ex, who was a felon from jail. So she was cheating on him. She ended up getting pregnant by a criminal. And my little brother was another one. He was another dude that did everything he could possibly do to make sure that she was cool. She was another one that came from a broken household. But they all lived with, this is the thing, they all lived with us. They experienced, they didn't have family. They didn't have family. Our family was their family. If they was hungry, they got fed. If they needed anything, we made sure that they got it. And they left at the lowest point of our life and stuff. That's why I said, fuck it. No more. That's why ever since, that's why I'm so successful today. I have no woman, I don't allow no woman to come in between this shit. Ever since that happened, my life been increasing. I've been getting nothing but blessings. Because it appeared that every time I allow a woman to come in my life, it's always chaos. It's always something going on. Because the thing is, I'm not perfect. I'm not an angel. Yes, I have my issues, but my issues is not to the point where it's going to affect our relationship to where it's like, damn, like this is crazy. Our women did some crazy shit or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? So I've been through all this shit. I know what it feels like, and I can sniff it out before it even happens and stuff. But the other girl that I've been with, like, dude, I was like, fuck it. Like, I don't even want to have sex with you. I'm out of here. Like, you're not going to do this. You're not going to drive me up a wall. You're not going to drive. This is why dudes are going their own way. Dudes are going their own way and investing in their hobbies. Because guess what? My hobby, it loves me back. I can put time into it, and it rewards me by the lucrative results that I'm getting. It loves me back. I put into it. If it frustrates me, guess what? I leave it alone, and it doesn't bother me. It doesn't nag me. It doesn't nag me. I can just walk away from it for a little bit, get some fresh air, leave it alone for a couple of days, then come back to it. It's always waiting there for me. It's always waiting. It's not getting on my nerves. It doesn't feel like it's entitled to my time or anything of the sort. That's why I'm like, damn, like I'm really loving this. Like, because if I had my baby mom right now, I wouldn't have none of this shit. Because most of the time I'll be out there slaving a 9 to 5, trying to keep the bills and keep her happy, keep her unhappy ass happy. Because she doesn't know how to work the demons out in herself. So now she's putting that burden on me. She's putting that burden on me to keep her happy when she don't know how to keep herself happy. Every woman I'm meeting, they're not happy with themselves. A lot of them got trauma. A lot of women got trauma. A lot of these women got trauma in their lives that they're not trying to address. And then when they meet these dudes, they try to put that on them, or they put that burden of like it's his job to make me happy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then you meet more and more women who's coming from broken homes. And the thing is, like, I'm from a family who didn't have a broken home, so it's even harder when I'm running into women who coming from broken homes. Because a woman from a broken home, you can tell the behavior of a woman who came from a stable home and a woman who come from broken homes. But there's more women from broken homes than there are stable homes. But a woman who's in a stable home, they're already married already. They already found the man that they want. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of women walking around in these broken ass homes and shit like that, daddy issues, and then now you have to be a counselor. Like a lot of these chicks that I've been with, I'm like their daddy. A lot of these chicks are looking for fathers. A lot of these women are looking for fathers. So when I meet these chicks, it's like I'm their dad. And believe it or not, like I said, when you do enough dating and meeting a lot of women, there's women out there who purposely wants to be scolded and be disciplined because in her life she never had a father figure to discipline her. Look at Kevin Samuels, God rest his soul. Kevin Samuels. Everybody criticized him and said he's disrespectful to women and stuff, but why was those women still going to him? Why was those women still going to Kevin Samuels despite how his criticism is when they talk to him? Is because those women are yearning for that. They're yearning for that male discipline. They're yearning for that father figure because she never had a father in her life to tell her like, yo, stop that fuck shit. Or yo, you're not going to do that. Oh no, you want to listen. They never got that in their life. So you have grown ass women who got daddy issues too. So they go to Kevin Samuels and Kevin Samuels whipped them in place and tell them, no, you're not going to do that. You're not going to say that. You're not going to do this, that, and the other. And they say, what? And they have a smile on their face. They're not upset. They have a smile on their face because they like that. They never had a man talk to them that way. They never had a father talk to them that way. Because they never had a father in their life. That's something that they're missing in their life, and they're running around looking for that. So that's what's going on in today's society, man. As a man, it's rough out here, especially when you're trying to find a person that you're trying to spend the rest of your life with. You really gotta weed it out. And then today, you know the craziest thing you have to worry about now? You have to worry about if the chick has an OnlyFans or not, and that if she has nudes just all over the internet. Now you have to worry about that. You have to worry about that now, and because the thing is, you're thinking about your future. Because guess what? If you have a child with this woman, you have to pray to God that your child don't get bullied because they found his mother's pictures on the internet. So now you have to think about shit like that. Do she have nudes on the internet? Does she has an OnlyFans? What options does guys who are really looking for meaningful relationships, what options do these guys have? Because you have this culture that's glamorizing sex work and glamorizing this type of behavior and stuff. And then if you criticize it, you're a misogynist. If you criticize this behavior, you're a sexist pig and stuff like that. And all it's doing is setting women up. Because these women are going out here doing this, and they're making them undateable. They're making them unwifeable. They're making themselves that. And then get mad. But you have women, go get that bag, girl. Go get that bag. Go get that bag. And she's getting that bag, but in the end, is it worth it? Is it fucking worth it at the end? Is it? Because now when her beauty goes away, when she's no longer beautiful, or she gets lazy and don't want to take care of herself anymore, she starts to lose that. When she loses that, now she's not getting that attention no more. Now, guess what happens? She has an epiphany. Oh man, I want a family. Oh man, I want a boyfriend. Oh man, I want a husband. But now you're shit all over the internet. And the only option she has, she ends up settling. What I mean by settling, she ends up settling for a beta male. A beta male is a dude that's going to accept her and her past because he has no options. Because a man with option or a man with respect is not going to take a woman in with that type of history. But a beta male will, because he's desperate. And she really don't want to be with him, but that's the only option she has now. Because those other men who has respect or has some type of high value to them, they're not going to fuck with her. So she lost that option. She lost those access to those men. So now she has to go downward. To her, she has to downgrade to the beta orbiters or the guys she friend zoned. And I know, and trust me, like I said, those of you who already on my channel know that I used to be a cameraman and I used to work in the adult industry. I know a lot of these women today who I'm still cool with, who will hit me up every once in a while just to shoot the shit every once in a while. And a lot of them are now getting married, but they're not getting married to the guys that they want. You look at these guys are beta males. But that's the only option. She don't really like, and the thing is, he's allowing her to still do sex work and to be around other men and stuff like that because, and the thing is, he's not really okay with it, but he has no other option because he desperately wants a woman that bad. He wants a woman that bad that he's willing to allow her to be in the arms of other men or whatever like that, because he afraid if he speaks his mind and tell her how she really feels, he afraid that she's going to run off. So he's willing to sit through that until one day he finally breaks and say, no, like, no, I don't want you doing that. But then she gets surprised, or then she calls him controlling and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what this is what dudes who want healthy relationship now has to look after now. And then you also, now check this out. Check this crazy thing out. Now you also gotta check out a woman's credit score. You gotta check and see how much debt a woman got. Because there's women who's getting in relationships with men just so those men can pay off her student loans and other debts that she have. And I'm gonna give you a perfect example. My daughter ends up becoming best friends with one of her teachers. Her teacher's fresh out of college. She about like 24, maybe like 23, 24, right? She was personally talking to my daughter because her boyfriend came to the school to come see her, and she started talking about her boyfriend, and she shares it with my daughter and said, yeah, he's really not that cute, but he's gonna be a doctor. He's about to graduate to be a doctor. She's only messing with him, and she said this. She literally said that, yo, he's being a doctor. It says since he's being a doctor, once he graduate and he already has a job lined up, that means he can pay my student loans. She's expecting him to pay her fucking loans. She don't find the dude attractive at all. The dude's a beta male, but he's about to bring in a shit ton of resources and money. And she literally told my daughter that. And then when I picked my daughter up and I see her teacher walk out the school, and she's an attractive woman too. But you look at him, he's all doofy, got the glasses on and stuff like that. She's not really with this dude. She don't really care about this dude, but he's about to pay. She's with him because she knows that she just cashed in really, really good. Because he's about to be a fucking doctor. And she's looking for him to pay those student loans. And guess what happened once he paid them student loans? She gonna leave his ass. So this is what fellas, this is what you gotta watch out for. Some women are not looking for love. Some women are looking for help, and only help. And if you're able to provide that help, and once she's done with you, she's gonna move on to the next guy, or upgrade to a guy who's better than you. Or you're just there to reserve, to hold her, to warm her seat until that guy that she really want come along, and then your ass is out the door. So you have to realize that. Like, so guys, keep that in mind. Find out how much debt she has, and see if that's the reason why that she wants to be with you. The moment she started expecting you to start paying her fucking bills or paying her debt, nigga, get the hell out of there. She made that debt herself. She went to school and took out them loans. Why the fuck am I paying your debt and then have to pay my debt? Yeah. So, like I said, like, fellas, be careful. Look into how much debt she has. I'm telling you, that's a new thing. And looking to see if she got a Snapchat, or looking to see if she got a OnlyFans or whatever these chicks are using, putting shit online and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You have to be careful. You have to be careful out here. Don't give your heart away so fast. It's a lot of dudes out here who want to be in love so fast. Meet a chick and they just give your all, and she haven't even earned it. And that's how you get taken advantage of. That's crazy. Let me tell you about my dad's co-worker. This dude, he engaged. He got. I'm not sure if they're together now. I think they ended up breaking up. But he engaged this chick, his woman. He engaged her, right? They both making good money together. They're both making good money together. Now, they just got engaged. And they end up getting a nice house together. Now, check this out. He goes over. He pays majority of the bills. And like I said, they both make the same amount. But he's paying majority of the bills, while she's keeping her money. She's not really spending much. Or every time they go out, she always forgets her wallet or some other dumb shit that she does or whatever like that. So, what he normally does is, this dude, she says she wanted this particular car. Like I said, I'm not a car guy. I can't remember what the car was. But this car was expensive as hell. And the car note The car note was, I think it was like, was it $700 a month or something like that? Whatever it was, the car note was high as shit. Now he told his fiance like, yo, she said she wanted this car or whatever like that, and he said, yo, I'm not paying. I don't know why you coming to me. I'm not paying for it. I'm already paying most of the bills in this damn house. She really wanted this car like that. He said, yo, if you want to get the car, then you going to have to spend your money, but I suggest you don't. Like, yo, we about to get married. We just got this nice place together like that. Why do you need this car or whatever like that? You don't need it. Use the car that you already have. You don't need this car or whatever like that. And said, yo, why put an extra bill that we don't need? I'm already paying majority of the bills. So she wanted this car. And he said, besides that, if you do get the car and you don't keep up with the notes, who gonna end up paying for the fucking car anyway? Me. That's what he said, right? So this is what happens when it comes to the bills at the house. When he makes the money, he gives the money to her for her to pay the bills or whatever like that. So because she divvies everything out, she manages it and stuff like that because she's good at that. That's what she does. So and that's part of how a relationship works. You play at each other's strengths. She manages that stuff out. He makes the money. He and stuff like that. He gives it to her. She does what she does. So what happened was, this chick, he comes home one day, he looks outside, he comes home one day, he knows that the car, this new car, the car she said she wanted, is outside the fucking house. Now, you come in, he comes in, he's like, yo, like, what's up with, like, did you just buy that car? So she's like, yeah, I bought the car, that y'all right. He's like, yo, I'm telling you right now, I'm not paying that car note. I'm telling you that now, right now. So she said, I know. So guess what ended up happening? She started falling back on payments and shit like that. So guess who ended up paying the car payment, the car note? Him. So not only is he paying the bills, he's ended up doing exactly what he said that she ended up doing exactly what he said that she was going to do. So he ends up paying the car note, the catch up with the payments because he's going to repossess the car or whatever they call it. He had to pay that shit off. After he paid it off, he's still paying the bills. But guess what? So what happened was he gets a note and he gets a letter. And the letter is from whatever what they call it, real estate companies or whatever the company, wherever it is. They said they're gonna come and they're gonna foreclose his home because they wasn't paying the payments, the mortgage and stuff like that. So he was like, yo, wait a minute, how are they gonna foreclose our home? I'm paying the mortgage. I'm paying the bills. Like I'm, and he thought about it for a minute. He asked her like, yo, babe, how are we about to get our shit foreclosed when I gave you the money that paid the mortgage and paid the shit that needs to be paid? And that's when she came out and confessed it. She took that money that he was giving that's supposed to be paid for the bills. She took that money to pay for that fucking car. She used that to pay for the fucking car. So now he had to take over and manage the money now. So not only he had to pay off the fucking house, to pay what he owed, he didn't have to pay off that damn car. And if I can remember what my dad told me, I think he ended up breaking up with her. Yeah. Ended up breaking up with her. So don't fall for this okadoke shit with this whole thing. Like, you know, like this whole equality, this equal shit in a relationship or whatever like that. Don't fall for that bullshit. That's all talk. Because when it's time to actually perform and shit like that, she still expects you to man up and be a man. And you do these things. Because I learned, even in many of relationships that I've been in, no matter what they say, don't listen to them. No matter what they say, your money is our money, and her money is her money. It's always like that. Your money, the money that you earn, it's both of our money. But the money she earned, that's her money. Women, on average, don't share resources. Men share resources. Women, on average, don't share resources. They don't share resources. They consume more resources than they share it. They don't share resources. Men share resources. That's why we were bred that way. That we want a family. In order to have a family, we have to build resources. So we're willing. We don't complain when we share our resources because that's what we want to do. We want to have a family. We want to have a relationship. So we go out to work so we can support our family. That we don't mind sharing our resources. But women, they don't want to. They don't share that. They don't share resources like that. They don't. I'm not saying that all women don't, but let's be real here. On average, women don't share resources. Her money is her money. Your money though is both of y'all money. Yeah. Now, so they expect you to provide and everything, but they don't respect you. But at the same time, they don't respect you. They're taught not to respect you as a man. Oh, I'll tell you about that later, Landon. Like I'm about to close the stream. I'm about to close out. But yeah, man. So all I'll say is this: keep your heads up, kings. You know what I'm saying? Just focus on you, man. And like I said, when you do work on yourself, you eventually going to attract a woman, you know, of value. You will eventually attract that, but you have to have value yourself. You'll eventually attract a woman of value, because this is the type of stuff that I'm on right now. Like, most of my relationships right now are just casual. The reason why most of my relationships are just casual is because I can't be distracted from what I'm doing. I have a mission right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what anybody say. A woman is an investment. I don't care what she says. She's going to want you to spend time with her. She's going to want you to spend money on her. I don't care how much. But like I said before, I'm on a mission right now. Most of my relationships and everything are just casual at this point, because I have to level up my life and stuff like that. I can't keep stopping every 5 minutes. And there's women out there who, like, she wants to be the center of attention in a relationship. And when you don't give her that attention, that's why I say, yo, right now, I would be a bad boyfriend. Not a bad boyfriend meaning that I'll treat her bad. What I mean is, my mission is this. This is my mission. And if you can't accept that this comes before you, then we might as not be together. You're going to end up cheating on me. And your excuse is, well, you never spent time with me. That's going to be your excuse. So we might as well not get together. Because this is important. This is more important than anything. I tried in the past. I tried it. I tried putting just all my time into my woman and trying to invest in her. I got nothing from that shit. And even the many other women that I encounter in my life, I tried to invest in them, and I got nothing back. All I did was lose time, and all I did was lose resources, and all I did was lose a peace of mind. Like, that's never happening again. So when I have to meet a woman who's going to accept that. I'm not going to treat you bad, because the thing is, when I excel, whatever I get and whenever I achieve, you're going to feel it. You're going to participate in it, because I want to share that with the woman that I'm in love with. I would love to share those things. I want to give my woman the world and stuff like that. But you have to allow me to work. You have to allow me. You can't distract me. Support me. Uplift me. When I'm down, lift me up. Tell me things are going to be okay. Be my cheerleader. That's all I need from you. I don't need nothing else from you. I don't need nothing else from you. But if you're not going to allow me to work and all you want to do is get in the fucking way, you got to go. I'm out of here. And if you can't accept that you're not my priority, my first priority, that this comes before you, and I will give you up for this. If you can't accept that, then we can't work out. Can't. And I lost. Like I said, that's why I don't get hurt. And everything, because I've been hurt. Like I know what hurt feels like. So that's why I just brush things off. It's because, dude, a woman left me at the lowest point of my life. Left me kicked me while I was down. So I know, like fuck it, like it doesn't matter. Like, so that's why when people try to insult me, when people try to throw shade at me or do things, that doesn't hurt me. I've been kicked when I was down. before. I was at my lowest point. I don't give a fuck. Like you're not going. That doesn't bother me. That's why people are like, damn, like nothing bothers. Like I can't get in his head. Yeah, you can't get in my head. I've been hit at the lowest point of my life. All right, yo, I gotta go. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like my eyes, dude. Like I'm barely holding up. I gotta eat this pizza. It's getting cold and shit. But I appreciate it. I always I try to give you before I leave. I always try to give you a real talk, cause I know that's why you guys come to this stream. Like most of you like to hear my real talk than to actually watch me sit down and play the fucking games. Cause like yeah, so I always try to leave you guys with some words of wisdom, and just so you and I want to be the example for you guys. So you won't have to ever experience that, and you be able to navigate that. So. Alright, guys. I'll see you Game Fiends later.